Chapter 761. Ari makes the split-second decision to block the incoming yellow arrow with the remainder of his spirit arms. At such close range, and with even less warning than the last arrow he blocked in the air, this collision makes Ari even more aware of the true strength of this lich. All of his arms are destroyed, and the shockwaves from the arrow being obliterated send him flying over 1,000 kilometers back. But the eeriest thing is the feeling he continues to get from this cold aura that disables his ability to properly use his skills and buffs. The only portion of his being that isn't suppressed is the concentrated essence of beasts he's absorbed in the past. Refined demonic soul energy, rich with chi, or, as the Rising Emperor called it, ether, is the only thing that isn't affected by these cold vibrations. However, that's not to say the demonic lich's attacks aren't imbued with their own soul energy and dense divine threads. It's just that, with the addition of these noble vibrations making Ares' attacks less effective, it is far stronger when they actually clash. It feels like a heavy hand is pressing down on him, squeezing out the warmth in his body, like the will of his mind is being stretched and tested. Though, after catching a glimpse inside the lich's being, the even eerier part is that he subconsciously understands that the pressure and power pressing down on him isn't even that of the lich. Still, coming in contact with it again only compounds his drive to become stronger. While being blown back past the hundreds of demonic beasts he killed when touching down here, he senses dense wisps of concentrated ether in every single one of them and knows he must make this energy his own if he wants to compete with this demonic lich. Though, as his momentum backward from the blast slows, and he can actually control his desired landing point, shifting his gaze to a fallen pair of Cyclopes, another dark portal is summoned between him and his desired power. Another yellow arrow's tip pierces out from the darkness, but this time Ari is very aware of his surroundings. With no spirit arms coming off his back, his mobility is far greater, and he can channel all of his energy into perceiving his surroundings. He kicks off the air, leaving a purple stain bent into space, changing his flight path by a full 45 degrees in an instant. It looks like a light purple comet is streaking through the dark clouds of demonic energy as his entire body glows with the same soul energy mist he was giving off in the moon base right after he was done cultivating. His body twists around the yellow arrow once it comes out of the black portal, and he dodges it successfully. Though it is a very close call, less than a kilometer away at their nearest point. Ares' mind and body feel cold and weary as he flies by, but the momentum of his last thrust keeps him moving toward his target on the ground. While the yellow arrow flies upward into the atmosphere, Ari crashes down on the ground again in between the two enormous first-class demonic beasts he killed with a flurry of arrows moments ago. He puts out both of his hands to the sides and manipulates the demonic energy in the atmosphere nearby to control the energy flow, forcing the dense white concentrated essence to flow into him. He gets the urge to use it to allow his spirit arms to grow back, but he holds off, and the bright purple mist around him becomes brighter while this foreign refined chi is filtered through his demon core. It is a far different sensation than any of the beast's essence he drained from the human world's abyss. Taking energy from them felt as though he was just attempting to absorb more basic chi into his core, while some of the stronger creatures would leave behind temporary soul energy-based buffs. One in particular that has stayed far longer than others is the potent poison of a scorpion beast that was one of his first big kills. Now, the essence he's absorbing feels like it flows far easier, like honey, whereas the essence he was attempting to merge with before was like molasses left out in the cold. The difference is like night and day. As every millisecond that passes, Ares' senses feel sharper, and it feels as though his will is gaining experience that could only be acquired by training thousands of hours by normal means. It's quite easy for him to pinpoint when the next black portal is forming behind him, even before the tip of the next yellow arrow comes out. He jumps upward, leaving purple mist below as the yellow arrow destroys the landscape and obliterates the remains of the two Cyclops corpses. This novel is published on a different platform. Support the original author by finding the official source. Ari did not drain their entire essence stores, but his gaze is already locked on a lizard man with about 24 third-class underlings surrounding them that were killed by his rain of arrows. With circumflex, there is no point in fighting the lich as he is, and without attempting to fight back at all, Ari is fast enough using borrowed stats to dodge with ease. The most logical thing to do is take advantage of the available power all around him before putting his life at risk again. While flashes of purple light zip around a region close to the throne and yellow arrows desperately follow, Raven and the Berserker begin to play their own game of cat and mouse. After feeling the rush from her first successful attack, leaving 2 gash marks across the demonic Berserker's chest, Raven dives in for more. A series of loud roars echo throughout a deep basin with mountains in the distance, as the two fight in what must have been a great lake millennia ago. Deep yellow gashes keep appearing all over the demonic Berserker's greater form. Over a dozen are scattered across its chest, while each of its arms and legs becomes riddled with deep wounds as well. While any other monster might become defensive or attempt to run away after being completely overwhelmed by an invisible opponent, this Berserker is doing exactly the opposite. Its wide, deranged eyes grow more crazed, and the sharp rows of teeth are revealed for Raven to see as it smiles wider and wider while she tears through its flesh. After every exchange, Raven's thrill for the fight gets heightened as well. Her instincts for how much energy she can use before her senses are clouded become far more honed, and she's even able to gauge when more of her body can be revealed from her stealth dimension before and after attacks to get the desired results. Her longer-range crescents of energy are far safer and risk-free, but after a few tests, none of them leave more than a scratch on the demonic creature's greater form. This is because they lose a lot of their power when not directly connected to her true core, as her main body is not fully suppressed while attacking behind the stealth veil. Getting in close and sinking the blood-bonded blades into its being may be riskier, as she has to get up close and personal, but the damage is far more devastating. Each exchange that passes, she pushes the limits on how deep her gashes can reach, leaving even more deadly wounds. However, in the process, 2 problems arise. Raven finds her upper risk limit, where plunging her energy-formed swords into this beast's greater form begins to shut down her mental and physical capacities so much that she cannot control her flight trajectory away from danger properly. While deeper attacks aren't necessary to cause damage to its extremities, the divine core in its chest giving it power is too deep to reach without committing to a major risk. This isn't even the worst of it. The second issue is one that is happening within the Berserker's greater form. After so many exchanges, Raven begins to conceptualize this creature's true being versus the strange cold energy intertwined with it. While she can't physically see the difference that Ahri did by making contact with its core, she is able to understand that this is a foreign power. The world Alvaron mentioned in their briefing about the kings being a result of blood transfusion testing long ago makes a lot of sense. All of this only clicks when the Berserker's fighting behavior completely changes. After one invisible slash that cuts a bit too close to the monster's true core, it completely snaps. A screech multiple times louder than any of the others erupts from its wide-open mouth, and the deep crimson aura in its eyes becomes more and more intense until it completely consumes them. Unlike the Lich, who was consumed by the noble vibrations and is now being controlled like a puppet, this Berserker's red aura completely seeps through its greater form, saturating it with rage and pulsing outward, overpowering the cold aura that was taking dominance of its surroundings. While a pressure is lifted off Raven's mind, like the cold is receding, a new dangerous feeling creeps in after that, making her feel like she's being watched. The instant the red aura flows through her, the blood-red monstrous greater form turns its gaze straight toward her and swings its blades across its body while lunging forward. At first, Raven believes it's just lurching in a random direction on instinct, as there's no way anything could sense her behind Divine's stealth-warped space. But once it is close enough that she feels the red aura rippling through her become stronger and more intense, like a sharp fire getting hotter in her mind, she reflexively lifts both her blades in a cross and braces for impact. One of the Berserker's black blades, covered in red aura, slams into Raven's greater form's 2-blade defense, breaking through the stealth veil, making contact with her through previously impenetrable space. On contact, sharp splintering pain ripples through both Raven's swords, into her body and mind. And in the same moment, she feels the cold aura she was trying to fend off before being suppressed beneath this Berserker's rage. The source of this power is hard to pinpoint, but it's clear this is the Berserker's energy, not borrowed from anywhere, and it is truly horrifying. Fractures begin to form on the contact points of Raven's silver blades, and the immense force from the strike sends her flying backward thousands of kilometers. While she's in shock, the further away from the source of this aura she gets, the easier it is to think. But that doesn't account for her inferior weapons that now look like they won't be able to take many more hits, and her whole body writhing in pain like she was just dunked in molten lava. On top of everything, as the berserker lets out another horrific roar, cracking the ground beneath its feet and sending tremors through the entire basin, Raven can still feel its gaze on her, telling her that even her divine stealth trump card is useless. The monster can see her every move. On a first-class world, many star sectors away, Alvaron's antennae perk up. The yellow slug pauses and zooms in on all of the recordings sent back to it from the planet, replaying the moment where the Berserker King's eyes turned completely red and it saturated its entire body with this hot crimson aura. This scene is replayed and analyzed thousands of times in a single second, and all of the texts and data it has collected on Berserker giants over its lifetime are simultaneously scanned within its mental system. Once it finds what it's looking for, myths of a flow state that first-class monsters from this race can reach, one that can rival nobility, its concentration shifts to solely focus on Kelfur. All of the other simultaneous tasks being carried out among its hundreds of worlds cease as it concentrates on a once-in-a-lifetime event, collecting as much data as it possibly can in case it never sees this again. Chapter 762. Ari touches down on top of a massive demonic lizardman's corpse, and the clouds of dark energy all around him begin swirling like a whirlpool toward him. The concentrated essence still stagnant in the lizard creature's body flows up into his, and the 24 subordinates filled with puncture holes from his arrows leak out refined chi that swirls in this whirlpool, flowing into his palms. The purple aura around Ari grows even brighter, tinting closer to white, and his senses grow sharper. The fluctuation in the air behind him triggers his senses even before the next black portal forms. He turns his head to spot a group of fallen first- and second-class berserker giants, grins, and jumps off the air, leaving purple fluctuations in his wake. An even brighter purple streak appears in the air as the human is already halfway toward his next target by the time the Lich's yellow arrow emerges from its portal. A series of zigzags across a massive, desolate region of land makes the area glow bright with purple light, and every turn is followed by massive yellow explosions, destroying the remains of drained corpses. The demonic Lich attempts to follow his movements, but without its noble vibrations slowing him down, Ari is able to outpace the monster with ease. Without activating any of his buffs and channeling all of this new power into his movement, Ari only becomes faster and harder to track. His aura becomes brighter and brighter, glowing primarily white with a faint purple mist around it by the time every one of the beasts he killed earlier in this region is either drained into his core or obliterated by the Lich's arrows. Instead of turning to face the demonic archer, Ari sets his sights on another region even closer to the throne, with just as many demonic beasts still roaming the lands. His senses pick up a very dangerous cold aura off in the distance, somehow even more intense than the Lich. This is the tower itself. While many beasts still roam around it, none dare to walk near it. There is a dead zone of land all around the Black Tower. So, between this tower and the moat that the generals and kings made upon their first interactions circling the globe, there is a donut-shaped area of land remaining with demonic beasts left on it. Ares' raining arrows only took out 5% of this land at most, and with the bright red explosions emerging at the sides of his vision from Raven and the Berserker's battle, Ari wants to take advantage of as much of this fresh ether as he can. The human archer zips off toward a new region and summons a suppressed form of his third, ranked-up buff to summon about 400 arrows in the milliseconds he has free before he has to dodge again. His demonic spirit arms that form are still as dark as the night, but streaming from his back, within the energy forms, it looks like there are bright white veins running through them. The arrows he releases into the air are much brighter white as well, with the concentrated essence fueling them now overpowering the divine threads at their core. Purple mist still surrounds them, leaving trails through the dark demonic clouds as he lets them fly, arching upward and spreading out, killing hundreds of the strongest demonic beasts across an entire 2,000-kilometer-wide region. Raven sees bright arrows flying through the air like guided missiles but must concentrate on her own problems. Her blood-bonded blades have fractured from blocking the Berserker's last attack. While this is a problem, showing that her weapons are not as strong as the soul swords this beast wields, the real problem is that she was hit through her divine stealth veil. Somehow, once this deep crimson aura erupted from this demonic beast, it could see her, and now her only advantage in this battle is gone. Protecting her vitals behind the veil from this cold, suppressing aura was the surefire way to victory. Wearing down the beast with massive wounds until it slowed, then going in for the kill, that strategy isn't going to work anymore. In fact, this cold aura that was so dangerous is now being suppressed by this crimson form. The vibrations are still there, but the red-hot rage and desire to kill coming off this beast are overpowering them, forcing them to be pushed deep down. Though, a similarity between the two is that once Raven is blown backward far enough from its crimson aura, the searing hot pain in her mind calms down. The physical damage from the attack makes her whole body tingle with pain. However, it also tingles with excitement, as dealing with pain is much easier than having her system suppressed. Even if she is 3 class rankings below these noble monstrosities, physical limits aren't the issue. It's this strange aura that she must figure out. She grips her swords even tighter and disappears into her stealth dimensions again, circling the beast in the air. Its greater form has grown slightly from the red aura burst, bringing it close to 750 meters tall, causing more and more tremors in the ground with every step it takes. For over 3,000 kilometers in every direction, the demonic energy clouds have all parted, leaving the battlefield clear, just tinted with a blood-red mist. If you stumble upon this narrative on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen from Royal Road. Please report it. Both of its previously black swords are now soaked with this red aura, and its eyes track her through the sky. Raven charges more divine energy into her blades and speeds up her movements, changing heights and directions as she circles the beast, looking for an opening, but its eyes don't leave her position once. Bright red crescents of energy come flying off the Berserker's blades, sent soaring upward. To the observers, it just looks as though the massive beast is screeching toward the stars, sending waves of dense energy, the size of sports fields, into the atmosphere, dissolving before they hit the outer orbit where the moon bases lie. In reality, Raven is fully invisible, and every attack thrown her way is a near miss. The beast has gotten stronger, faster, more alert, and the menacing grin on its greater form's face looks happier with every attack it misses. The gashes all over its body still glow yellow, even through this red aura of a greater form, reminding both fighters what Raven did to it just moments ago. Raven does not have a hard time dodging its attacks from a distance, but every time she attempts to get much closer, within a few 100-kilometer range, they become far too precise and quick, with no way for her to dodge in time without taking an attack head-on and blocking it. This feels as though it can go on forever, but every moment that it continues, the Berserker gets more riled up, and the hot red aura coming off of it becomes more intense. Raven is positive no fluctuations in the physical world are coming out from her divine stealth dimension. But somehow, this Berserker still sees her, and her mind is still filled with a hot pressure. That's it, she whispers, thinking about this fact and dodging another 2 red slashes flying upward into the abyss of space. In response, she does quite the unexpected thing and deactivates her greater energy form along with all of her borrowed stats. In the moment, it seems quite illogical, now only relying on her true core's stealth veil and holding 2 fractured blood-bonded blades full of divine threads and hot soul energy, basically leaving herself wide open in the air. However, she feels like the opposite of a sitting duck. Raven's mind grows calm, and she focuses solely on the energy within her body, not relying on the system for anything at all for a moment in time. Surprisingly, instead of being overwhelmed by the hot crimson aura, its negative effects on her leave her mind entirely. Even the cold aura that was trapped within this beast disappears from where it was chipping away at her psyche. While she's now in a state that cannot match this Berserker's strength or speed, its expression and frantic movements, like it's trying to find something that is lost, tell Raven everything she needs to know. It couldn't directly see her, but this strange aura detected the use of a system and guided its attacks. Now, Raven pieces together a new plan to finish this once and for all. As the Berserker frantically turns in circles, gripping its glowing blades tightly, while expanding its red aura to find the prey that got away. Another white and purple flash of light zips by in its peripherals. Ahri has made it almost a full circle around this portion of the world, draining the concentrated essence from 136 first-class beasts, 390 second-class beasts, and nearly 1,000 third-class demonic monsters caught up in the crossfire. The majority of second- and third-class demonic monsters don't have much essence to drain, but the first-class monsters make Ares' mind sharper and his arrows denser with every one that he kills. While the Lich's yellow arrows follow him with precision, appearing right before him within a few kilometers every time he gets near a new beast, the undead archer's real body cannot move as quickly as Ahri can. Even when Ahri flies through the dense crimson aura of the Berserker and catches its attention from his heavy use of the system to boost his speed, it throws red crescents his way, but by the time they hit the ground, there is nothing left in the place where he flew but a trail of light purple aura. By the time Ahri makes it back to the region he started in, his entire body glows brightly with a light purple hue. It doesn't even look like it is only an aura. It appears as though he's entirely made of this energy now, like a new energy form. He can summon hundreds of spirit arms in the blink of an eye, faster than he could even summon the 6 from his second ranked-up buff moments ago. Multiple temporary buffs pop up on his status as he filters through the essence from hundreds of beasts, and his eyes glow bright white, staring down the demonic lich from a distance with a newfound resolve far stronger than their initial clash. He leaves the bright red monstrous force behind him far in the distance, trusting that Raven has her own plans to deal with that beast, and focuses on his job. The closer he gets to the lich, the faster the portals of arrows are summoned again. Its resolute purple eyes stare into Ares as thousands of arms grow from his back. The white veins that stream through them are even brighter now, some closest to his back making the entire arms look like they're made of chi, while the bigger ones further away from his body still glow black and purple. They grow to their full form almost instantaneously, creating a bowstring and forming a massive white arrow in its center. Ahri continues flying closer to the lich while forming this, coming within range where he previously had to slow down and limit his movements because of the noble vibrations attacking his mind. However, now all he feels is a calm and focused mind. While there are vibrations rippling through him, his mind feels protected by a strange, warm veil of refined chi. It's as if the aura is being trapped in a filter so that he can focus on the fight in front of him. The lich's expression doesn't change either. Its arms just shift as though puppet strings are carrying them, and it begins to form another yellow arrow. No more black portals are forming, and it aims straight at Ahri. With both archers pointing deadly shots at each other and the whole region's demonic energy churning and being channeled into one another, it is like they are having déjà vu. The two of them are challenging each other, and both know that whoever's shot is more powerful will kill the other, though one is filled with newfound confidence, and the other has far less of a mind remaining than it did at the start of the battle. Ever since its divine core was shattered the first time, the echo of that long-eared humanoid being has gone. All that remains now is a noble's puppet. Both archers let their arrows go. This time, just like the last, both arrows collide at their sharpened tips. A dense yellow arrow is released from the lich's black bow, colliding with the white glowing arrow trailing purple mist from Ares. This time, there is hardly anything for the noble vibrations to suppress. It is almost pure refined chi that collides with the lich's divine yellow attack. This makes all the difference. There is no magnificent explosion, and there is no simultaneous shattering of arrows. Instead, the white arrow acts as a sharpened blade and splits the yellow divine energy attack down the middle. The lich's arrow separates into 2 even parts, flying off to the sides. Ares' white arrow doesn't slow down or show signs of stress from the collision at all. The demonic puppet is hit directly in the chest, just as it was the last time. Its bones are shattered, its true core is split again, and the black orb within its divine core is punctured by the tip of Ares' arrow as well. Inside the small black core, a violent white light is revealed to the world, triggering a blast so massive that even the Berserker King, solely focused on finding Raven over 10,000 kilometers away, turns its head and reflexively crosses its blades to block. Ari smiles even as he's blown backward from the violent explosion filled with divine threads, black bones, and demonic energy. That is because system notifications ring in his inner ear. Chapter 763. While a yellow and white shockwave from the Lich's phylactery being destroyed ripples through a large portion of the world, even the demonic berserker turns its attention to it over 10,000 kilometers away. Raven takes advantage of this lapse in its attention and dives down straight toward the crimson monster's back. Her breathing stays consistent, and her mind stays solely on her divine core and soul energy. That is because, in such a high-stakes scenario, her instincts will activate portions of the system to increase her power or reactivate her greater form if she feels in danger. The only way to ensure this doesn't happen is total concentration, thinking of nothing but soaring downward through stealth-infused space. No pressure from the hot red aura creeps into her mind, and even the suppressed noble vibrations from deep within the berserker's body don't slow Raven's mind or movements like they did previously. As she soars within striking distance, the monster still believes she is completely gone. The woman is like a ghost. Her theory is correct. It is a success, though one problem remains. While in this state, she may not be detected, but she cannot land physical attacks. Now, she has a saturated true core and a level over 20,000, making her one of the strongest humans alive. But to land an actual deadly hit on this being that is technically 3 world classes above her, she'll need to use her borrowed stats and greater form to pull this off. From a calm state, flowing through an invisible pocket of reality, Raven counts down the milliseconds before impact and prepares to reactivate her system once the moment is right. Once less than 100 meters away, with the monster looking in the completely opposite direction, still focused on the blast of energy from the other king's demise, Raven commits and goes in for the kill. Behind her stealth veil, she reactivates her greater form and pulls a full 4% of all the stats available in the Rising Emperor's domain. Within her body, her true core retethers to all of this power surging into her, and the 2 silver blades in her hands glow bright yellow. Simultaneously, the immense heat and pressure from this strange red aura seep through her divine stealth veil, and her mind begins to feel like it's been lit on fire. All of her sensory alarms are blaring as it feels like her body is being melted. Though she knows this is an illusion. The last time she felt similar, as soon as she flew away and deactivated her system skills, all of the pain and pressure disappeared. She doesn't waver in her flight path and keeps her calm demeanor, but still registers the ear-piercing screech from the berserker as it begins to turn its body toward her faster than she's flying in. In such a controlled and calculated state, Raven can perceive the world around her with great clarity, especially behind her stealth veil. From decades of working for the Association and the members of the Order back on the human world, she has lived large portions of her life behind this barrier of space. On spying missions to collect intel, to assassinate targets that plotted to gain too much power while not following the proper procedure. And even in her own free time, she could hide from the rulers of the human world without ever being sensed. Not only is it an incredible technique to have in fights, but an even better one to be an observer of reality around her. In the stealth dimension, there is a peaceful silence and a relaxing feeling that washes through her mind. It allows her to see the world around her in very interesting ways, with far more focus and a level head. Now, with a saturated core, trillions of added base stat points, and the adrenaline from this sacred place being breached by the aura of an undefeated demonic beast that has been guarding the throne on this world for millennia, Raven's ability to perform only becomes more enhanced. In the past, small premonitions would appear to her like shadows in her peripherals while observing the world in her stealth mode. They are merely projections of the mind, similar to a divine foresight skill, taking the data in her environment and showing multiple trajectories, how stepping out of her hidden dimension at certain times would affect reality. The shadows look like perfect mirrored images of her, jumping upward, down, and side to side. Some swing her blades, while others block, and some just lunge forward. She's never seen so many at once, and in such perfect clarity. Then again, her mind and body have never been so powerful and pushed to such limits. The berserker is still growing in size, and the pace at which it twists its body while swinging two massive crimson blades her way increases with every millisecond that passes. Imagery of its blades swinging in different directions streams through Raven's mind. This story originates from a different website. Ensure the author gets the support they deserve by reading it there. Many of them include versions of herself twisting away from the incoming attacks, or taking direct hits from one of the swords, only blocking with her crossed blades. Some reveal even more cracks in her already damaged blades, while many show her blood-bonded swords shattering. The ones where her blades shatter look as though she's using the blast to get herself a safer distance away, while preserving her blades is far more risky. Though some of the riskier preservation lines of probability show her being deflected downward and creating massive gashes through the berserker's legs and lower abdomen. The closer she gets to the decision-making point, the more and more paths explode into her mind with possibilities. While she doesn't have much time to think, she does know that this kind of opportunity may not come up in the same way again. The fractions of a second of distraction from Ari finishing his battle gave her the time necessary to get in this close. On top of that, her primary weapons can't take much more of a beating. Even in the best-case scenario that she makes it out of this exchange with her blades intact, they'll be able to handle one more exchange at most. Her instincts are still riding the wave of adrenaline, and the memories of her battle with the Rising Emperor still fuel her will. She chooses the path that fits her mindset and greatest chance of victory, no matter the cost, living for the thrill of the fight. It is the riskiest path of them all, but the only one that ends in the berserker's demise. Her eyes glow with resolve while she steps off the air, changing her flight trajectory to just be missed by 10 meters at most from the bottom sword the berserker is swinging. The aura alone coming off the blade burns through her stealth barrier, making the lower half of her greater energy form numb to her senses. Even so, just like fighting off the cold in their exchanges before it revealed this form, she relies on her instincts and the perceived flight path her momentum will bring her. In doing so, she's dodged one blade but is now headed upward in the direction of the second blade. Behind it is the berserker's head. Her direct path toward its core has been swayed, making it impossible to kill it now unless she does something even more drastic. All of her visions of her stealth shadows showed her blades being destroyed in order to damage this beast or get away, so there's no use in trying to protect them any further. She allows one of the blades to slip out from the stealth pocket, showing its bright yellow glow in all its glory. Oddly, she siphons a large amount of the divine energy and soul energy inside it out, letting it flow back into her body before swinging it upward at an awkward angle to hit the bottom of the berserker's second approaching sword. At such close range and such an odd angle, with less than 20% of the full strength that it could have had, the sword shatters into pieces on impact, causing an explosion that halts the berserker's downward movement of its sword. In the same instance, she allows her full body to be revealed to the real world around her for another few milliseconds, taking advantage of that excess energy to blow herself downward with the blast, course-correcting toward her original target, leaving the two blades of the berserker unable to defend at all. Every drop of energy she has left in her body now goes channeling into her remaining silver blade, held with both hands as it plunges deep into the chest of the Crimson Berserker's massive form. She loses all sense of feeling in her upper body as well now, as the hot burning sensations are so immense it feels as though she's plunging into a star. It gets hotter and hotter the deeper into the greater form she falls, but her mind and body are far past the point of being able to sense any changes. All she knows is the exact timing necessary to pull this attack off. Her glowing yellow blade collides head-on with the berserker's divine core, but it doesn't shatter entirely. Only a chink in its outer layer allows the tip of Raven's blade to enter. As a result of that impact, Raven's blade fractures even more, and the energy inside glows bright like its own divine core. Her eyes glow bright white, and her greater form moves in a rigid motion, like a mindless instinct-driven animal, using momentum to her advantage and the already damaged core to thrust the blade again until it pierces the core up to its hilt. Still, nothing happens. The core doesn't fracture. Only the sword within it cracks more as it's taking even more high pressure on it from all sides. Though, the berserker does let out a screech, and this is when Raven's greater form disappears from its senses. While it feels counterintuitive again, Raven disables her greater form, deactivates all of her borrowed stats, and slips away into a stealth dimension created by the power of her true core. Her momentum still moves forward, slipping right through the Berserker King's physical body. However, she's let go of her sword. Inside the pocket of space that she travels through, Raven takes a deep gasp of breath as feeling in her body returns. With this breath, a euphoric surge of endorphins fill her mind as she's realized she really pulled it off. While the thrill of battle is satisfying, at the same time, her body gets struck with a wave of fatigue and feeling of energy loss. That's because, in order to pull off this maneuver, Raven had to sacrifice about 10% of the threads filling her saturated core. While not entirely possible by normal means, the blade she left behind in the Berserker's chest is a blood-bonded weapon, one she's used for many years, and while connected to her, it acts as a pseudo-core to hold some of her divine power. Notifications ring in her inner ear as, behind her, a flash of yellow light so bright it completely covers the sky with its vibrance. The Berserker's final screech is overpowered by the shockwave and horrific sounds of region-sized rocks being split and obliterated by the pressure released. The monster's red aura fluctuates in a frantic state, allowing waves of noble vibrations to come through and fight for dominance again. Body parts fly in the air, alongside the demonic beast's two blades. While Raven may feel mentally and physically drained from sacrificing a portion of the divine threads she's been storing up for months, she can't help but grin, proud of herself for going in for the kill just like the rising emperor would. As two enormous white and yellow blasts of energy light up the sky from the demise of the kings, even on the other side of the planet, Abby feels the shockwaves and power released from these blows. She sends a wave of telepathy through their channel in a nonchalant tone. Good. I knew you two could handle it. Then she turns back to studying the wyvern corpse before her. She's circled it a few times and ended up face to face with its skull. The black bones are perfectly intact, and she feels the noble vibrations coming off of them. However, in this strange new form she's been using ever since leaving the cultivation chamber on the moon, this healer is able to let these waves flow through her as if they're meaningless. She even leans forward and presses a finger down onto the tip of that wyvern's nose, staying unaffected by its radiation. Abby activates her Divine Grade Restore skill, along with her first ranked up buff, Area of Total Restoration. A ripple of her green-tinted soul energy flows from the tip of her finger into the wyvern's bones, and an enormous 1-kilometer-wide restoration circle full of runes forms under the skeleton resting on the desert floor. The drop of soul energy pushed into the corpse flows through these ancient bones, making them glimmer white and green all over for a few seconds. The entire massive skeleton shakes, and a bright green glow from Abby's magic lights up the entire desert as 4% of her links of loyalty and the full power of her saturated true core are being stimulated to complete a daunting task. Her eyes burn with curiosity as she keeps a finger touching the dead ancient creature's bones. Though they open wide with shock once she hears an unfamiliar deep telepathic voice enter her consciousness. Chapter 764. I sense a celestial grade physique. Seraphel, is that you? The voice is low and slow, echoing in the back of Abby's mind. It feels distant, as if it is speaking into a void, unable to see or feel anything, but sensing a disturbance, so it reaches out. The entire black skeleton is flowing with the green soul energy that Abby sends through it, and a pillar of light the width of her restoration circle erupts into the sky, parting the demonic clouds. Maintaining the connection itself is putting an absurd amount of mental strain on the healer who, moments ago, believed this planet full of weak mortal creatures was far beneath her. Now, she's shocked at the energy readings coming off this corpse and replies through the telepathy link back into the void that called out to her, speaking strange words.
No.
I'm not who you're waiting for. I'm a human. She remembers looking back in the databases in the moon base, along with the briefings from Bree and Alvaron. The name Seraphel came up in the tombs of their ancient writings, so the connection there is clear. However, the mention of a celestial grade physique means nothing to her. After a few seconds of no response, she pours even more of her pure soul energy into the bones, making them glow bright white and green. With this rush of energy, another low and slow voice echoes again, this time feeling even further away. We failed, and it has been long enough for the humans to rise, But that means the demons have not yet sealed the upper realm. Abby's eyes widen even more as a wave of fatigue from expending so much energy washes through her. She accidentally exposes herself to the brutal waves of noble vibrations that have become even more amplified, emanating from this skeleton. It makes her focus even more while replying back, placing a full palm on the glowing green nose of the wyvern corpse. It feels as though she's replying to an echo of what used to be a mind. Is listening, but there isn't a living being there. She's only restored the will and memories of what used to be. A cold feeling creeps into her palm, even though her energy form is fully activated, making it harder and harder to continue channeling energy into these bones. That's right, we can still ascend to the upper realm. But no, the humans have not exactly risen. My strength is an exception among the masses. There are only a few that can fight off the demonic forces, like the ones that took over this world. An echo comes back. You've reclaimed Kelfer? A human? Indeed, an exception you must be. The voice drifts further away in Abby's mind, and the cold aura creeps up her arm as the vibrations from the bones intensify and her fatigue worsens. The entire skeleton is glowing bright green now, as its bones are completely saturated with Abby's restoration soul energy. The cold becomes so intense that it begins to streak through Abby's body. However, in turn, she starts to feel emotions and visions surfacing from the abyss in her mind, connected to this dead being. Sorrow, hope, and hatred mix together in a blend of chaos as visions of a massive battle on this world resurface. Abby watches thousands of wyverns flying through the sky in a lush green world filled with lakes, mountains, and endless colorful forests. The wyverns are blue, red, white, and brown, all following their leaders, heading toward an ominous black tower that has appeared on their world. Glimpses of thousands of demons with dense yellow true cores descending onto this world flash in Abby's mind, and a war that lasts years flies by in seconds within her consciousness. Most of the details are fuzzy and fleeting, but the fact that this is such a massive world with vast resources, the presence of far more true cores than there were when trying to take over the human world, tells her that wyverns are an extremely high-class race that even the demons once feared and took additional precautions against. Details of how they lost do not appear in these visuals. The last thing Abby sees is this yellow-cored wyvern dying at the hands of 3 noble demons. However, in the process, it does take them out with it in a final, desperate move to protect a message meant for the future. At the end of these visions, the voice echoes in her mind again, so distant it feels as though it's at the bottom of a cliff, yelling up to Abby at the top of a mountain. I feel your intentions are pure. You share my will to keep the lower races alive. As its last words come out, the voice feels and sounds like it's being drowned out by darkness, and the cold feeling surging through Abby's body completely floods through her. The final imagery she sees is that of a smiling wyvern, looking up at her with satisfaction and a sense of long-awaited relief. However, she can't tell if this is an illusion or reality. It has become impossible to send any more soul energy into its bones, as they are completely saturated, and the restoration circle below it has been exhausted. All that could come back from the dead has, and now, when she looks down at her hand on the massive skull, she shivers, feeling as though she is touching the nose of this corpse from its own perspective. The cold, noble vibrations flowing through her feel as though they're becoming more intense, but at the same time, the eerie coldness fades, beginning to feel warm. A strange pull at the back of her mind tells her she needs to see what is happening in greater detail, as her eyes right now cannot comprehend the full picture. She borrows the Rising Emperor's all-seeing eye to watch the flow of her soul energy and divine threads with far greater detail as they cycle through the wyvern's bones and back into her. But nothing out of the ordinary is triggered. Her instincts tell her she needs to dig deeper, so she switches the skill out for inspect, and then appraisal, yet still nothing pops up. It is literally a dead pile of bones, nothing else. Her physique vibrates, and the coldness from before is completely gone. She only feels warm now, and even the fatigue from exerting herself so much fades. Then, she switches her borrowed skill to divine-grade craftsmanship, and an overwhelming amount of information about reality around her explodes into her mind. However, There is one message in the center of it all that captivates her focus.
Craft Soul Weapon.
Yes. No. On the other side of the world, the two massive explosions have faded away, revealing the aftermath of battle. Two enormous craters have been formed in the planet's crust, and at the center of each, the remains of the rulers of this world lie dead. In one, there is a massive, red-glowing berserker giant with a hole blown through its entire chest. Many of its body parts are scattered around the crater. Its remaining flesh is still stained crimson and twitching. One of its black swords lies flat on the ground, while another is over 5 kilometers away in another direction, with a massive red fist still gripping its handle. Raven floats over the remains, still in full stealth mode, not daring to activate the system yet. Even though she's gained thousands of levels from that kill, the radiation coming off its corpse and blades makes her feel the need to double-check if it's truly dead, though her heart is racing with excitement. Ares' kill is in a similar state. He floats above the scattered black bones of the Lich, with another massive white arrow glowing with purple mist within his spirit arms, pointed down at the largest portion of bones. This is where the phylactery shattered, and a majority of the hot, refined essence still seeps out. A large number of the black bones that vibrate with cold noble vibrations are scattered about nearby, and the enormous glossy obsidian bow, over 100 meters long, rests in the center of it all. He, too, received thousands of levels after killing this king, but as it was a lich he killed, Ari has good reason to be cautious about it not being dead just yet. As a massive green pillar of light illuminates the sky from the other side of the world, and a few minutes pass, both Ari and Raven slowly circle downward to collect their loot, confident that their opponents are actually dead. Raven is the first to appear right in front of one of the fallen berserker's blades, the one in particular that doesn't have its fist still grasping it. A red glow still emanates off of the artifact, and from deep within it, the cold sensation of a noble vibration being suppressed is still there too. The only difference is it doesn't feel like she's the target of these waves, and every second that passes allows this energy to seep back into the depths of the black weapons. Her heart still beats wildly with excitement. Even though these massive swords are hundreds of meters long, they must be made of an extremely powerful material. They made her own blades shatter like glass, and her curiosity grows more and more the longer she stares. Raven begins borrowing skills to take a closer look, too, using all-seeing eye, inspect, and appraisal from the list of skills available to her almost immediately. A few readings come back that confirm her suspicions. Soul Sword Set of the Divine Berserker. So this is a soul weapon, she murmurs to herself while looking through its attributes, then glancing over at the other sword that resonates with this one, both dimming in their coloring at the same pace. Raven comes to the same final test as Abby, activating craftsmanship to see what extra information she can gain, and her eyes widen from the stream of notifications that flow into her mind. Complex dashboards and blueprints of all the ways to reverse engineer, merge, and mutate these swords to her will flow in like knowledge she never had before. It uses the subconscious data collected from fighting against this monster to understand the red aura, and even the noble vibrations on a far deeper level than Raven knew she was capable of. All of a sudden, she feels herself resonating with the two blades as well, and a list of necessary materials and actions she must take to get her desired result appears before her. At the bottom of these detailed deconstruction and assimilation plans, a single option pops out at her.
Craft Soul Weapon.
Yes. No. Ari touches down in the center of the massive obsidian bow, where the largest portions of the Lich's refined chi sit, and he wastes no time allowing it all to flow in through his palms to filter through his core. While the essence from the strongest first-class beasts felt soothing, like warm honey, this essence feels like fresh mountain spring water, filling up Ares being faster and more effortlessly than breathing. It feels as though all of the other essence he's ever tried to drain was polluted, and this warm power that fills his mind and body gives him such clarity and strength that it is an entirely different, incomparable level. Even with the noble vibrations attempting to suppress him from every side, from the black bones and the bow artifact nearby, he's in a state of bliss that makes these cold waves feel distant. Ari doesn't know exactly what this power is, but using terminology from the upper realm, He just absorbed 118,904 low-quality ether. The human archer's vision becomes sharper, and all of his senses stronger. He can hear Raven's heart beating over 10,000 kilometers away. He looks down at his bright white palms with purple mist flowing off them and takes in the moment of victory, letting out a long-awaited laugh in the silence of a massive demonic world. Then, he begins to investigate this bow as well. His first instinct is to use appraisal, but the message he receives is one he did not expect at all. Soul bow of the last dark elf. So that's what you were. Elves, huh? I've never seen one in a dungeon, he comments while shifting to craftsmanship next. The moment he laid eyes on this bow, he knew he wanted it. Now, as information streams into Ares' consciousness on how to make this magnificent soul weapon his, he takes a few steps forward and places a hand on its massive base, 50 times longer than his full body right now. It feels icy cold to the touch, like the demonic dark elf lich is still staring at him even after its death. But the purple and white message floating in front of his eyes makes everything worth it.
Craft soul weapon.
Yes. No. Alvaron watches all of these feeds live, commenting out loud to Bree, Fisher, Lydia, and Monk, who watch in the same room. They really did it. They killed the kings. I must see those corpses. The data I must collect. While the silver suit of armor doesn't show any real emotions, it's clear that it is very motivated to obtain these two kings' corpses. It is Alvaron's world, after all. But Bree can see what the generals are doing and makes a comment before any unreasonable demands are made. As long as they can keep the weapons, I'm sure we can retrieve those corpses for you. The path is clear now, after all. We can finally go and check out the throne too. She turns to the commanders to get a confirmation that they'll do so once they return to the world. Fisher and Lydia nod with confidence, but Monk is the one that speaks. We can retrieve them. Then he looks back toward one of the doors leading to the back rooms. I just hope Luna wakes up soon. Alvaron senses this tension, recognizing it as a negotiation tactic humans use, and replies quickly. Very well, take the weapons, that is fine. I just want their corpses. I will retrieve a containment device that can hold complex substances. And Luna should be awake in a few days. She's assimilating just fine. There aren't many beholders left. It was quite a good risk to take. The Silver Knight opens up a hatch in the floor and disappears. At the same time, Bree gets 3 simultaneous messages in her inner ear, all about lists of items necessary for a craft. 2 of them are from Raven and Ari. They send complex, detailed charts from their divine craftsmanship dashboards. The third, however, is not Abby. A voice Bree hasn't heard in months rings in her ear, widening her eyes in surprise. I just finished up the first stage of my new training. Ava filled me in on the fact that you all had a lucky head start. Does that mean the list of items I need to finish my craft is ready early? She stares at one of the screens, where Abby presses yes to begin a craft without needing any additional resources, and it registers that this message is real. Yes, yes. Good to hear your voice, Jay. I have everything you asked for. It's ready to be sent to the upper realm. Chapter 765. After just under 4 days, my first stage of training within the first floor of the High Orc Tower is complete. I stand before Seraphel, still glowing with an ethereal pristine light in my noble human form. As his deep blue eyes stare down at me with the same jaded gaze, his words seep into my mind. You're a quick learner. I'm still surprised a human without a special physique could bring their true body to the upper realm. Even in your noble form, your adaptability is impressive. Over these last few days, I've managed to absorb far more green divine threads as they flow through me, without using any borrowed stats. On top of that, I've been focusing on synchronizing my noble vibrations with Seraphel's. The first few hours were quite chaotic as I deactivated all of my external system aid, only using my noble body to adapt to the upper realm. However, with the use of my absorption mutation, getting to a stable state doesn't take long, especially with the mental clarity my noble form grants me. Once I am coherent in the dark room with this ancient wyvern, the real training and lesson on wielding noble vibrations begins. He says that everyone's wavelength is unique, and usually, A noble slowly adapts to their vibrations as they grow stronger and eventually unseal their noble forms. It seems I've missed an important step in the usual process. While my mind seems clear and the will I can exert over my environment has grown to a mind-bending amount, the blue wyvern relates my power to the words of humans it has spied on in the past, and this is burned into my psyche once our training begins. You are but a baby wielding an axe heavier than yourself. By working all day to move its blade toward a tree's base, you may be able to chip its bark, which is far more efficient than using your hands alone. Though, if your body can mature enough to synchronize with this new power available to you, that same tree can be chopped down with a single swing. Seraphel states that he will teach me how to control a very steady state of vibrations, along with a technique to suppress them when not in use. However, his words about showing me the wyvern race's techniques sink into my core even deeper than his analogy of harnessing this power. I have not lived through your eyes, so I can never understand the exact vibrations that suit your needs. In fact, my own interpretation of the true path of nobility very well could be flawed. Don't listen to every powerful elder's advice. Fools grow old too, you know? At this, I see the wyvern grin, which is a rare occasion for the stoic being. So, I begin comprehending the basics and don't worry about creating my own style just yet. For now, I need to adapt my body to this new environment and strange power enough to the point where I can lift up this metaphorical axe. After this initial round of 3 days straight of synchronization and suppression techniques, I reply to Seraphel's compliment about being a quick learner. Thank you, but I now see how much I still don't know. My breathing stays steady, and despite my outward flowing ethereal appearance, there are no longer noble vibrations rippling off me. There aren't any coming off Seraphel either, as we are both using the same suppression technique. The only difference is Seraphel has practiced this for hundreds of thousands of years. I've hardly even known about it for 3 days. My body feels hot, and my heartbeat's pace rises with every second I keep myself concealed. Even my mind feels hot, becoming a little foggy the longer I spend holding myself back. This is part of my training, to now take a lap around the entire citadel without letting go of a single vibration. To stay in disguise, I alter my outer appearance to be Draco Vermilion, the Ellipsia Citadel's demon lord. Then, Seraphel speaks to me while the High Orc's door opens up again. The hardest part is over. Well, more so the most important part, I'd say. Getting you to this point where your vibrations have stabilized is an important foundation. Soon, you can begin altering their unique purpose. This is how you attain the title of a High Noble. I nod and trigger Citadel commands to shut off the surveillance system and step out, but I get a frantic ringing of updates in my inner ear from Ava the moment I regain access to my links to the General's telepathy channels. I'm only a few seconds into my suppression practice at the moment, so my mind is still moving extremely quickly with crystal-clear thoughts. I receive a transfer of hundreds of holographic files and explanations of an event called a realm wave that occurred less than a day ago. As a result of this, the generals in the lower realm received almost 3 months of extra training. I watch 3 of them awaken true cores, and I even see a file containing a strange stone tablet that says Seraphel's name on it. After my experience in an originator's tomb, receiving the black cube that called itself Adam, which I merged with my sword, I too can read some of the texts that Monk translated. However, the black doors of the High Orc Tower behind me shut, and I decide to confront the blue wyvern about it once I finish the test of my lap around the citadel before coming back. I float upward, high into the sky above the highest towers, and move to the outer ring of the enormous city in the sky. How exactly it floats is still beyond my comprehension. I can feel that it has something to do with the silver reactor in the core of the power plant. On top of that, many of the ether arrays that surround and tether into all of these buildings pull it upward to lessen the stress. Though, these thoughts aren't my main concern as I slowly circle the outer ring, shutting off surveillance and sifting through the files Ava shared with me. My attention to detail begins to get worse the longer I look through them, as my body heats up and my mind begins to itch like it wants to let the vibrations out to grab a breath of fresh air. However, it's still very mild, and I can power through the irritable sensation. I even contact Bree once I watch some files of her making large trade agreements and collecting the resources I asked for. A telepathy wave is sent directly to her down in the lower realm. I just finished up the first stage of my new training. Ava filled me in on the fact that you all had a lucky head start. Does that mean the list of items I need to finish my craft is ready early? I know they are in fact ready, but after months of not talking in her eyes, it is kind to ask politely. A response comes back almost immediately. Yes, yes. Good to hear your voice, Jay. I have everything you asked for. It's ready to be sent to the upper realm. I smile. Excellent. I will send a trade request right away. I pause while floating through the dense green clouds, leaving trails of demonic energy behind me, and taking in the view of this massive circular city in the upper realm with my unaided vision, without taking even a single stat point from my followers. Then, I add to my point while opening my system and sending the prompt through the worldwide connectivity system as its creator. Congrats on making it to a yellow core so quickly as well. I advise you to upgrade your craftsmanship skill to divine grade and master it before compressing your true core. I'm sure the results will be far more impactful. There's no need to rush any further. A notification hits my consciousness as pure compact mana, enough to create hundreds of Stage 3 labyrinths, shows up as a single message in the trade window. Then, another notification as over 100,000 luminite crystals from varying worlds enter the window next. After this, a massive amount of demonic energy in its pure, unrefined state hits the trade window. This is the item I'm most surprised about her obtaining, but Bree's connection with this first-class ruler named Alvaron seems to be the common link in retrieving this. Lastly, an unmarked containment case full of various miscellaneous items I asked for appears. Bree replies once it's all in the trade window. It's all there. And yes, I was planning on mastering my craftsmanship more here before compressing my core. Soul weapons are my next task to understand. Raven and Ari have sent me some blueprints, but it seems to be a very personal process, one best suited for the crafter to make for their own use. I press accept, and all of the resources Bree collected, worth over 50 first-class worlds in pure energy, get transferred directly to my storage. My eyes widen in surprise, as I thought it wouldn't be this easy. An undetectable amount of energy was used up in the transfer. I feel no different, no fatigue, nothing. A massive transfer of wealth from the lower to upper realm was just made with a mental click of a button. I push my surprise to the side and respond. Resources received. Thank you. And soul weapons, you say? I think about the soul weapon frames all over the citadel, and the simple process it takes to merge one's avatar to it. However, doing so with a real body does seem like more of a challenge. I'll get some information on soul weapons sent down to you soon, and I'll pay you back for these goods. I can't rinse the human world business dry, we need to thrive. I see Bree smile through our mind link, and I do the same. However, some interference starts to make the connection go static. This coincides with my lap around the citadel hitting its quarterway point, and the noble vibrations being suppressed inside my body starting to grow even more irritated. My mind grows fuzzy, and a low static hum forms in my mind. My fingers and toes feel extremely hot, along with my heart that beats loud in my chest and ears. Though, a little headache and light burns are nothing compared to the torture I've endured in the past. Bree sends me a message back. It feels like you're in the middle of something. I reply as a streak of heat rushes through my neck into my mind, elevating the discomfort to a new level. Yes, I am. I'll call you back in a bit. Then our connection shuts off, and I focus on completing the lap around the floating city. I am traveling quite fast, but then again, I'm set to fly over 100,000 kilometers to make it around the entire city's outer edges. Also, while not borrowing any stats and holding back the noble vibrations that are the only edge I have. Even so, the next quarterway around the city only takes a few minutes. I'm not trying to stay stealthy either. If powerful lords look hard enough up into the sky, I'm sure a few see me taking a lap around the citadel. By the halfway mark, my whole body is burning like the tips of my fingers were. My heart is pounding out of my chest, and the searing static noises vibrating in my inner ear are beginning to become nauseating. However, I push through, breathing deep and consistently paced despite my heart rate rising. I even close my eyes and just let my senses guide me through the final half of my lap. It feels like I'm being burned alive from the inside out, though the physical pain is bearable. I've been in far worse states before. As fire magic is my favorite destructive element in battle, the burn will never make me break. Even the test during the Demon Lord's trials within the throne, putting me through what was meant to be torture, being melted alive in lava, was quite soothing. The part that makes me debate quitting is the mental strain that keeping these vibrations inside me puts out. The static noise, mixed with the pressure pushing outward to make my mind feel dull and empty, is what I dislike the most. My thought processes become foggy and slowed, but I know that once I make it all the way around the citadel I can release the pressure. The last half takes over twice as long as the first, making the full lap 37 minutes in total. Once I get back to my starting point, I decide to release my suppression without any precaution. I'm the lord of this citadel and I've completed my test. This is my reward. With a grin, I stop using the suppression technique Seraphel showed me and allow what's been boiling up inside to flow out. A relentless wave of noble vibrations explodes outward. The stats I borrow have little effect on the strength these waves release, and after days of synchronization and learning to understand the basics of controlling their flow, the waves released are far stronger than the meager display I showed within the dueling room after killing Andres Vermilion. Instantly, the entire citadel falls cold. From the far side I'm on near the High Orc's tower, to the center tower, and all the way to the human district on the complete opposite side. Every single living being on this floating city feels domination sink deep within their avatars. All lords second class and below instantaneously lose access to their systems and their avatars shut down, forcing them to faint and fall unconscious wherever they stand or sit. The very few first-class lords scattered among the large businesses in the center of the citadel feel immense mental pressure. Some of them fall unconscious too, but those who don't are frozen in fear as they have never felt such a vicious aura in their lives. There are only 2 towers in the entire citadel that block these waves. One is where Seraphel, Asik, and Torvak stay, and the other is where Ember and Zashin still train. While the entire citadel falls into despair, I feel a euphoric release of power. My mind instantly clears, and the energetic feeling in my numbed body returns. It feels like my senses are sharper, and my ether is even more refined. Every single particle of energy my vibrations ripple through as they flow through the citadel gives me feedback on the system users I've affected, in a strange form of data I've never tried to read before. It's like I can feel the experience of every system user, and get an instinctual vision of their fighting prowess. However, its intricacies are still hard to comprehend. There is more to it than just this vague sense. I feel like I need more control over this power still. Seraphel is right, this is just the start of understanding my noble form. Though, one thing my noble vibrations ripple through that does give me a confirmation of certainty is that the demonic servants I tasked days ago to collect taxes and strip out the inside of the central tower have completed their jobs. Instead of floating back down toward the ground where the High Orc Tower awaits me for my second stage of training, I float forward. I have all of the materials necessary to begin my craft, and I want to get it completed now. Having the Ascension Chamber completed and ready for the generals will clear up a lot of mental space. I'll soon be able to fully focus on becoming a high noble before they arrive. Chapter 766. I trigger the entire surveillance system in the Citadel to shut down after releasing my noble vibrations that have been refined and amplified these past few days. While they still feel quite raw and unfiltered in my eyes, at least I have a small amount of control over their strength and the speed of their flow. Just 4 days ago, I couldn't even sense the fluctuations. Every noble's waves felt the same, including my own. To amplify things even further, I reactivate my borrowed stats but only pull 45%, leaving the remaining 20% available for the generals, as I do not want to interfere in their duties right now. I could easily complete this building project without a single borrowed stat while in my noble form, but I feel the need to push the limits and complete this task quickly and efficiently. The moment I do, a divine aura and immense mana control output pour down on the Citadel with even more astounding pressure than my first outburst. In doing so, all of the remaining first-class lords near the central tower who were holding on to their consciousness give in and pass out, especially once I fly closer in the blink of an eye. A green, white, and purple streak floods through the sky until I reach the central tower. I use a simple ether command to open its front door and walk inside to see a fully stripped tower. There are thousands of demonic servant avatars standing at attention, ready to take my orders again, and somehow still cognizant despite my overwhelming aura. I open a telepathy channel with all of them and receive simultaneous updates and inventory counts for the taxes they've collected. An additional 58,703 low-quality ether has been taken from the many citizens around the Citadel, with many paying more than their usual tax to show their support for the new, dangerous lord. The servants took my words very seriously and did not take any dead worlds as payment. However, they did manage to collect a few hundred 4th and 5th class worlds that still have many system users on them. While this is usually not a profitable model for demons, as they cannot form labyrinth contracts on any worlds below 3rd class, it is very beneficial to me. I look down at one of the servants in the front row with 50 worlds on its world token and speak aloud for all to hear. Very good. Everyone, send your profits to this avatar and return to your posts. Thank you all for stripping the central tower as I've asked. Starting today, I want new guard posts established around the tower. I will be creating new Citadel commands to work as automated defenses, but I want to make sure no one enters any longer. That includes all of you. There is a pause, and I watch streams of ether-powered telepathy channels form between many of the guard squads after my statement. I listen in as they negotiate positions and swap out their posts among random districts to ensure they have more people surrounding the central tower moving forward. Additionally, ether systems are opened as the profits from the last few days' taxes are sent to the servant I pointed out. I nod and open the door I came through, and the thousands of servants flood back into the streets to return to their posts. The one remaining servant wears a blank expression, as its avatar is set in default mode, but I can tell underneath it is quite nervous. The data from my instincts, noble vibrations, and avatar history tell me this was once a 2nd class armored ape. I remember fighting a similar race in dungeons long ago, but I haven't run into any of this race in person yet. It was forced into slavery about 1,500 years ago. The only reason I chose it to stay is that it is strong-minded, and my new noble sense tells me this is a very loyal and intelligent being that stands out from the rest. What's your name? It stands alone at attention as the door to the outside closes. Rucker, sir. That was once my name. I haven't spoken it in longer than I can remember. I smile and float upward, grabbing the makeshift prison I created days ago with telekinesis to carry with me. Good, Rucker. Come with me. I have an additional important job for you to do. The servant follows upward, as there are thousands of kilometers of empty space inside this tower, high up into the sky. My memories from Andres Vermilion start to move through my mind as I recall that on the top floor of this tower, there is a vault only available to demons. In the same room, there are trading platforms and a headquarters for the Citadel Lord to watch over the city. It's not meant for anyone else to see, but after what I'm about to do, it'll be meaningless to hide it anyway. We make it to the top of the tower, and looking down past the servant that follows, it just looks like a massive green square hole, about 500 kilometers wide and roughly 5,000 kilometers high. The divine energy slowly swirling within is just as dense as the clouds outside, but with no floors separating the inside of this massive structure, it does feel as though I'm staring down into an abyss. I don't hesitate to open the ceiling up and let the earth magic prison float up into it beside me, but Rucker halts in place, not entering the forbidden portion of the central tower meant for the Vermilion family demons only. I motion for him to follow. Come on, the others are still healing. It's just you and me. Follow, this is an order. The servant floats up with me, and I store the portable prison in an empty room on the first floor of the upper portion of the tower. We begin walking through corridors in the green halls of the demons' private suites. It takes a few minutes to find the room in the back of the prior Citadel Lord's memories, but when I see it, I know this is the room I need to enter. Using a simple ether command to open the door isn't hard, and when we walk in, the only thing before us is two large trading tables similar to the ones in the Ogre Conglomeration's trade palace, a large sleeping pod, about 30 meters long, that looks similar to an enormous containment case, and at the very back of the room, there is a door with an ether command lock on it. If I wasn't using my all-seeing eyes and divine craftsmanship, it would just look like the normal back of the room. However, with the flick of a finger and an intricate pattern of ether arrays being unlocked with my mind, the back door opens, and a single black box remains behind the door. Here it is. I whisper to myself, motioning for the servant to stand back while I walk forward and place a hand down on it. It activates a transfer command that begins trying to tether to my body like it's an avatar. However, with ease, I summon a large amount of white ether and thick green threads from my palm to stop the process and mimic what the command should receive while placing my item storage on the other end of it. 19.85601.1.0 low-quality ether received. 50.6205 medium-quality ether received. It rests in my item storage, unassimilated, and I grin as this is the personal vault of Andres Vermillion's ether stores. While a large majority of the profits from world trade and lord exploitation have been sent to the Grand Citadel over the last 12,000 years, this noble demon has accrued quite the personal fortune. He had over 1 million low-quality ether on him, along with the nearly 80,000 worlds that I drained upon his death. But this vault has wealth nearly 70 times that value. I nod and lift my hand from the black box, now completely empty, and walk forward, allowing the fake wall to close behind me as I look over to one of the trading tables. Transfer me the worlds you've collected. Rucker does exactly as I ask, and I place a hand down on the table, simulating a much different ether command to receive these worlds, making them integrate with the token on my palm rather than my item storage. A few notifications ring in my mind, and my world token rises to 106,149 after receiving the few hundred additional 4th and 5th class worlds. I feel a small, barely noticeable rise in stats as the 131 billion system users on these worlds are added to the worldwide connectivity system. Very good. I want more worlds like these. 3rd and 2nd class worlds are fine too, as long as you can get a good price. But I think the quantity of lower class worlds is far better than the higher class worlds that have their ether values overinflated by the buffs they grant avatars. The servant's aura shows that he is confused by my words, though the trading table displays a new window in front of him as I transfer 1000000 low-quality ether into it from my storage. He hasn't even transferred the ether profits from Ellipsia citizens yet, but I shake my head before he can speak. Use the ether collected from taxes to buy even more. Do not worry about the remaining resources left on worlds. The more important detail is to find worlds with as many system users as possible. And also, the pure quantity of worlds is important too. The more you can buy, the better. I will be busy for a while, but I would like this entire balance spent by the end of the week once I check in again. The avatar's eyes widen, not entirely comprehending why I would want to burn 1 million low-quality ether for worthless worlds. But he nods and accepts the trade offer. Understood. It will be done. I smile and begin walking toward the door back to the hall. Good. That is all. I take it you can command others within your ranks much easier now. They will respect you as a leader now that I have personally given you this task. The servant just nods as we walk back to the main floor of the secure upper floors, but my mind is elsewhere. Inside my worldwide connectivity system, I send another 1000000 low-quality ether down to Bree as a pending trade for her to accept anytime she sees it. As chi is already an extremely valuable commodity, dividing this ether into parts and selling them to high-class worlds will certainly make back the cost of goods she must have paid to get me the resources for my craft. A message arrives with it stating that information about soul weapons will be sent once I gather enough data. I open the ceiling to the strip tower's insides and let the servant walk himself out. In the few minutes while I wait, I organize all of the materials in my mind and spread my aura to fill this entire empty tower. The blueprints I visualized the moment I upgraded my divine-grade craftsmanship skill still hold their quality. However, now with this new sense available through my noble vibrations, I can see everything even clearer. The moment Rucker leaves the tower, I activate my astral form to make this task even more efficient. The confused servant feels another shiver ripple through his avatar. As the second the door behind him closes, the entire citadel shakes. The cold vibrations rippling through the upper realm feel almost as intense as a realm wave. However, not a single lord is conscious enough to feel it. Even down in the exile zones, over 100,000 kilometers away from the central tower, lords feel the atrocious aura of an evil being. Many who have been slaves down in these zones for millennia, far enough away that Ava has not yet brought them back to the access point, believe another realm war must have started. However, inside the tower, I grow to over 10 kilometers in height and pull out all of the items Bree transferred to me, along with 1200000 low-quality ether from my storage. From this release of power, I gain far more control and perception over my environment as well. I can see the sleeping citadel and feel it wobbling, threatening to lose balance from the tension I'm putting on it. Along with this, the green divine clouds in the atmosphere swirl around the inner few districts of the citadel much faster than usual, seeping in through the central tower's walls as I begin to manipulate the structure itself using ether commands and my craftsmanship skill to prepare for the real challenge. Once the surrounding district's clouds are pulled inside, the density of divine threads is over 20 times normal. I seal the outer walls by imbuing large amounts of this excess divine energy, along with 1000000 low-quality ether for privacy and structural integrity. It is my craft, so I'm able to see through it, but to those looking from the outside in, this is an impenetrable structure. Even the first-class demons on the top floor, if they miraculously had their melted minds restored, could use full-powered attacks on a single point of these walls for 100 years, and it would be futile. Next, I split the empty room into 4 even square towers. Within each of these towers, there are 1,000 floors, creating 4,000 rooms in total. The structure itself is made of pure crystallized mana, divine threads, and an additional 1000000 low-quality ether to withstand the pressure. Now, all of the rooms have an equivalent amount of divine energy inside, roughly 20 times the normal atmosphere's limit. However, this is going to change drastically, and this part is going to be the most difficult and time-consuming. I'm going to make the bottom floor have a similar pressure to the lower realm, and each incremental floor up to the top of the tower will have slightly more pressure to withstand. Within each chamber, there will be pure mana and ether to absorb. In Ares' chamber, it will be a special blend with demonic soul energy instead. The remaining 1000000 low-quality ether will be split evenly in this process, 2.5 million each. A large majority of the raw mana and demonic energy materials are used in this process too. Every floor will be densely packed with what feels like a liquid bath of energy-rich, yet easily absorbable substance. It will be physically impossible to move to the next floor until every drop from the previous is consumed or processed. The citadel has stopped shaking, as no divine energy, mana, or ether can leave the tower anymore after I sealed its outer walls. However, the ferocious noble vibrations only become more intense and chaotic as my crafts go on. While Seraphel did show me the basics, teaching me to control and begin to understand the bare minimum, I'm unknowingly unsealing my noble vibrations even further. Using my vibrations to aid my instincts in such an immense craft has begun to give them a unique purpose. However, I don't think about it like that at all. My only focus is completing the task at hand with all the resources available to me. Once I take out all of the pure mana and demonic energy from my storage, along with the hundreds of thousands of fragile luminite fragments, one wrong move could ruin the craft, and I would have to start over. I carefully pull out the blood samples Bree provided of the generals and simultaneously monitor hundreds of dashboards in my divine craftsmanship interface. Each floor needs many of these luminite crystals to be synced to a blood-bonded technique to trigger a teleportation once a series of ether commands are fulfilled. While all of the earlier stages of this skill were rather straightforward, entering in dungeon loot and pressing craft to retrieve a desired result, the divine grade skill is entirely different. It's as if I'm creating a living machine. The deeper I think into the results of what I strive to create, the clearer, more precise, and more intricate the craft becomes. Without the clarity of my noble form and the control over my surroundings that my astral form grants, it would be impossible to pull off this craft. I feel as though every single particle is shifting to my will, being carefully altered and fit into place. Surprisingly, the bottom floors are quite simple. Draining areas of space is easy as long as the structure and walls are dense enough to withstand it. Creating the top 100 or so floors is by far the toughest part. Some of the floors reach pressures over 200 times that of the outside clouds. This is not because it's necessary, but because I want my general's assimilation process to be as impactful and seamless as possible. While I could make the top floor the equivalent of the outside realm, that would not properly prepare them for the dangers we're going to face. Flashes of the shadowy, long-horned demon lord that called himself Muriel Vermilion come to mind, not only from my own conversation with him when he suppressed my aura and system from a mere video call alone, but from the fragmented memories of Andres and the demonic Cyclops who only remember him as a figure to fear and follow orders from without question. This is why I spend over a full hour perfecting the ascension chambers within the central tower. Once it is finally complete, I disable my astral form and use my creator access to teleport from floor to floor, carefully inspecting all 4,000 rooms with fine detailed analysis using all of my perception. My mind feels as though it's on fire after another hour of theoretical mental stress testing goes by. I come to the conclusion that I need to let the tower sit for a few days and come back to it to make sure nothing has changed. The generals will be in this tower for a long time, so I need to get proper data on how time itself affects the structure. Satisfied with the results, I use an exit command on the top floor to teleport out of the controlled structure without leaving any gaps. Then, I let out a long sigh with a smile and pull the remaining 856011 low-quality ether from my storage. Without any hesitation, I allow it to seep into my true body, deep into the depths of my mind, to sit in the pool of active ether being slowly refined by my consciousness. It does give off a temporary warm and stimulating rush, but it settles quickly as if nothing out of the ordinary has happened. The only difference is it feels the pool I can pull from to create mental attacks and physical barriers has grown far deeper. There's over 7 million low-quality ether available to be used within my being now. I attempt to do the same with some of the medium-quality ether, but something instinctually blocks me from doing so. I leave the 50.6205 medium-quality ether in my item storage and decide to ask Ember about it once he's done training with Zacian. Then finally, I take a few deep breaths and activate the suppression technique Seraphel taught me to rein back my violent noble vibrations into my body. It feels a bit different than it did a few hours ago, and instantly the pressure in my mind feels much hotter than before, but I'm still able to hold them back. Once I open a window on the top floor of the central tower, the total Citadel blackout that lasted 2 hours comes to an end. A very small number of lords see me slowly flying through the sky back to the High Orc Tower. I am back in my 20-meter-tall demonic appearance, but those who do glance upward look away just as fast. No one dares to get involved with this new terrifying and unpredictable Citadel Lord. Chapter 767. I touch down in front of the High Orc Tower, and the black doors open slowly, just as they did days ago when I walked in for the first time. Large blue eyes gaze down on me with indifference as I walk inside. Now that I am capable of using this suppression technique at its most basic state, I'm also able to instinctively understand that Seraphel is using this technique right now, despite the waves of noble vibrations coming off of him. Even when he showed off the intensity of what he called high noble vibrations, I believed back then they were immeasurably intense. However, the release I just pulled off after a few days of training far surpassed anything he showed me. Before, I couldn't tell. Now, I'm certain he's still suppressing his true strength. By his comments as the doors close behind me, it's clear he knows I'm aware of this fact too. Very good. It appears you've tested out your new limits, and understand you have a very long way to go. I can sense you've already begun altering your frequency. I raise an eyebrow and release my suppression technique, allowing the raw vibrations to be unleashed in a chaotic state again. Though in a few seconds I'm able to match them with my breathing and heart rate. In the silence of this room, I do feel as though they've been ever so slightly altered. It feels like they're yearning to be used in another large-scale craft. The desire to build, manipulate, and understand complex structures grows stronger the longer I think about it. The frequency of these vibrations has shifted slightly, though they still feel malleable, as though they can be overridden and molded into mastering any skill set if I were to practice now. Seraphel can see that this is the first time I'm realizing this fact too, and he nods. It is perfect timing. Though, to gain more progress, we're going to have to leave Ellipsis for this next stage of training. Without full control over your physical and mental state, you could easily damage the Citadel. Plus, more open space will be necessary to let loose and reach your full potential. My eyebrows are still raised from the last words this wyvern spoke to me, but considering my noble form's mental clarity makes my mind process information thousands of times faster than normal, I quickly understand. You're right. Even inside the central tower, I did feel cramped. Where are we headed? Seraphel turns his head to one of the black walls, but as I was just outside, I know that his gaze is pointed toward the edge of the Citadel, far off into the exile zones. An old training ground, I have faith it is still standing. It is far enough away that any chaotic outbreak won't send interference to the fortress of the Mensa Citadels. We're only a few million kilometers away now. It is best to be as careful as possible. I nod slowly but respond with one last thing that's on my mind, looking upward to reference the higher floors of this tower. Right, but before we go, I need some data on soul weapons. I take it Torvak and Asik would be the best in the Citadel to ask. Seraphel looks up, tracking my gaze. Indeed, there is no one better to ask. I believe they are in the middle of a crafting session. What is it in particular you would like to ask? I shrug, and while I reply, Seraphel activates an ether command inside the tower. Nothing for me exactly. I'm looking to send data down to the lower realm. A craftsman in my inner circle has just obtained a large number of originator artifacts. I told her I'd send her everything I can find on them. My enhanced gaze picks up on streams of white light fluctuating through the floors and walls, then up to the higher floors. Seconds later, another fluctuation sends streams of white light back. Seraphel stares down at the ground in front of me, which glows with a light white circle of ether, and I feel a familiar pull similar to the black box vault I opened in the central tower. I place a hand forward and receive the transfer, which lands in my storage as a small black rectangle. Asik says he'd be honored to share his findings with the bonded partner of Ember. He says that's about 90% of the High Orc's common knowledge on soul weapons, but the last 10% can only be learned through one-on-one study with him alone. I nod and turn to the door as it opens up again. This should be perfect. A great start. I shut down the Citadel surveillance systems one last time, and my unsuppressed chaotic vibrations render everyone nearby unconscious again as both of us fly out from the tower and off the edge of the Citadel over the endless green clouds. I continue triggering Citadel commands to disable surveillance as we fly through the air, as there are very intricate systems that accept fast travel orbs very far from the city. This time, we fly side by side instead of having me stand on his back like the performance we pulled off flying up into Ellipsia. The enormous blue wyvern spreads its wings and flies freely through the sky as I take long strides through the open air to keep up. Meanwhile, in my mind, I create another transfer to Bree, sending the data Asik provided along with a message. Here is the soul weapon data I promised. In addition, I've created the structure that can handle the General's ascension, but I have another stage of training myself to get through. Let's aim for them to be ready in 10 days. That leaves just over a week for the actual assimilation. After pressing send, Seraphel senses my mind is less occupied and speaks through a link. Are you fully prepared? As I said before, this will be far more difficult and risky than the first stage. You must be ready with a clear mind. I nod as the green clouds rush by and demonic energy still trails off behind me from my demon form. Almost ready. There is just one more question I wish to have answered. What is your connection with a planet from the lower realm named Kelfer? About 3 hours ago, on this massive demonic world, Kelfer, in the lower realm, the 3 generals that set out to kill the kings all look down at identical system messages.
Craft soul weapon.
Yes. No. Ari and Raven see extremely detailed prompts, giving them warnings about necessary materials and optimal settings for making the soul bonds with these artifacts. This is because their bodies are artificially boosted with shared stats, and the echoes of noble vibrations and the strange red aura from the Berserker are far too powerful to be merged with by a third-class human on a whim. Even staying in the presence of these artifacts for more than a few seconds makes the 2 generals begin to build up fatigue. Raven is already quite spent after using up 10% of her stored divine threads to trigger an explosion with her blood-bonded blades, while Ari is having issues of his own. While the absorption of hundreds of monsters' concentrated essence felt seamless in the moment, especially the Dark Elf Lich's ether stores, the unique method of filtering through Ares' demon core and storing the excess in his body is very burdensome on his mind, muscles, and bones. Expelling large amounts of the essence while battling, in addition to the massive adrenaline rush, kept him sane and moving. But now that his life is no longer in danger, the archer's body feels extremely hot, and he is dizzy and nauseous. In the center of the bow artifact, he sits down and holds his head with both hands, closing his eyes and sending a message back to Bree that he needs immediate access to a cultivation room. But he is not leaving this planet without that bow. Raven's breaths are heavy, and her body feels covered in pins and needles, becoming frail as her fight adrenaline wears off too. Though, her gaze is locked on the two black swords that have dimmed from red as the aura has seeped inside them. She sends a very similar distress message to Bree, and one is sent right back to both of them. Already on it, 3 of the commanders have teleported down to aid you with direct crystals to the moon bases and the resources necessary to transport those artifacts. However, Abby's reaction to the system messages is very different. The bright green soul energy that has been flowing through the massive wyvern skeleton's bones continues to circulate through her body as well. The overwhelming cold sensation from the noble vibrations of this dead ancient being suddenly shifted their perceived potency the moment the telepathic connection with the wyvern's restored mind ended. It accepted Abby as a rightful inheritor. While this isn't a living mind, the intentions and will of the old being are still very strongly imbued in its bones that stood the test of time while the planet aged for millennia around it. Instead of feeling cold and suppressive, the waves of radiation feel warm and inviting. The bones of the wyvern shake and pulse with green light, and the outline of a green energy form, creating what used to be a majestic monster, becomes visible in the center of the restoration circle. Then, the bones start moving toward Abby's palm that rests on its nose. It isn't in a rigid fashion as one might expect. It looks more like it is flowing like water. The bones look as though they're melting, becoming one with the soul energy flowing through them. The skeleton shrinks in size as it melts and drifts toward Abby's palm. Its luminosity increases even more, showing off a bright white glow beneath the green, as ancient stored chi within its bones is being compressed and refined. The enormous pillar of green light gets brighter and brighter, lighting up half the world, making even the ground tremble lightly where Ari and Raven still sit, waiting for support. It gets even brighter the more the bones liquefy and compress, drifting closer to her open palm. So bright and full of intense radiation, even the monitoring devices Alvaron is using to collect data are overworked and cannot see through the final flash. It's like a star is shining light on the entire world for a full second as a burst completes the craft, and in the moments that follow, the world feels dull again. The bright light completely ceases, and the ground stops trembling. Even the demonic clouds that had parted start to seep back into the massive desert region Abby cleared out with her display. Now, a beautiful glistening staff is held tight in Abby's hand. Its base is obsidian black, with white energy flowing through it. Intricate runes and ancient texts are carved into the staff all over, glowing yellow, green, and white. While each symbol gives off their own unique auras, the majority of its power, where the essence of the wyvern lies, is in an orb that floats at its top. The orb is bright green, glistening with a profound light and aura that matches Abby's eyes staring deep into it. It looks and feels like another true core, synced perfectly with Abby's. Around the orb, 3 rings of varying sizes slowly rotate in different directions. They shift in colors as well, turning yellow, black, white, and green. Abby can feel each of them spinning with different unique abilities, all able to be manipulated and unlocked with her mind. The intentions, mainly the strong desire to save all lower life forms from the domination of demons, emanate from the staff as though the massive wyvern skeleton still stands before her. She can feel its presence, will, and wisdom while looking deep into the orb at the top of the staff. The healer closes her eyes and channels a wave of perception into the soul weapon, and all of the flowing energy within it is stimulated and amplified to her will. An enormous burst of power comes out from the green energy orb and surrounds the entire planet in an instant, fading with a sparkling yellow shimmer moments later, after all of the perception data from this pulse is registered in her mind. Abby's eyes open again, and she grins while looking up to the sky where 5 moons rotate around the globe, linking her telepathy to Bree. The kings are dead and the Wyvern's inheritance has been claimed. Now all that's left is to explore the throne. Chapter 768. The 3 commanders have left the moon base with additional teleport crystals and unique containment cases, leaving Bree and Alvaron as the only ones standing in the surveillance room to watch the inheritance Abby just claimed. The Silver Knight's armor has completely stopped moving, as the Yellow Slug's true body analyzes all the data its systems managed to gather before the wideout in the blast. The complex runes and symbols all over the staff match some of the texts it's seen before, but many are new and unrecognizable. The symbols glow with an ethereal white and green light as Abby's soul energy continues to flow through the artifact as if it's an extension of the healer's body. An amplifier. That is one of the rarest inheritance types. The Silver Knight whispers to himself. It is unknown to Alvaron that the Rising Emperor's soul weapon is bonded with an artifact of the same classification. Bree doesn't know either, as she raises a question in response to the creature's rambles. Is that how Abby produced such a powerful array of perception? Is it an artifact that increases the holder's magic output? Alvaron stays silent for a few more seconds, an eternity inside this intelligent monster's mind, before replying. That is certainly one of its abilities, but every amplifier is unique. It will depend on the will of the creator of the inheritance. I've never seen a soul weapon with so many runes. Perfect holograms zooming in on the runes all over the staff continue to play in the slug's mind, along with visuals of even smaller carvings layered on the 3 shimmering rings that spin in different directions around the core of the staff. There is no external energy making the objects float, as if they have fields of their own gravity as they spin. Alvaron goes silent, and Bree responds to Abby's message as she looks up toward the sky. Yes, good work on distracting the kings and letting Ari and Raven finish them off. The commanders have been sent down to give them the necessary materials to return. However, I'd like for you to follow them into the unexplored zones near the throne. We have no surveillance or data on this region yet. Abby nods, floating up into the air above where the Wyvern's bones once sat, protecting a burial of artifacts and messages for the future. Good. I'm quite curious myself. I couldn't get a look inside the throne. She floats forward at a slow pace, back toward the battleground of the generals and the kings. Her eyes are focused on the path forward, but her entire mind is captivated by the intricacies inside the staff grasped firmly in her right hand. It feels warm, and as her soul energy continues to explore the meaning of every rune that lights up all over it, her understanding grows, but she also realizes there is so much more she doesn't know. Each symbol gives off a unique vibration that resonates through her body and soul, holding techniques and arrays that can be pushed outward into the world around her. Though there is a clear separation between her true being and the staff's core. They are connected and synchronized, but it feels more like a partnership than a true soul bond. She cannot tell if this is what a true soul weapon is like or if she is incompatible to merge for some reason. Subconsciously, she knows it has something to do with the cold vibrations she felt before the inheritance transfer. In addition to this, she wonders about what that wyvern's voice meant when it said it sensed a celestial grade physique. Whatever the answers to these questions may be, for now she is satisfied with the loyalty she feels emanating off of this monstrous new power in her grasp. Their wills are aligned and it feels like her strength has been enhanced significantly yet again, right after her enormous boost in power from compressing her true core. Abby nears the aftermath of the battleground, seeing Ari and Raven both resting near the corpses of their enemies. As she begins to descend to the ground again, she lets go of her staff, and it slowly rotates around her as if she is its center of gravity. Unauthorized reproduction. This story has been taken without approval. Report sightings. Off in the distance, 3 flashes of white, yellow, and blue light zip their way toward her, as she's timed her arrival to match up with the commanders perfectly, enjoying her slow flight through the demonic clouds that part around her. Fisher veers off toward Ari, while Lydia heads to Raven. Monk halts in the center of it all and greets Abby as she touches down. His eyes immediately fall on the staff. He makes his greeting to the healer without taking his eyes off it for even a second. A problem that was not initially foreseen is the fact that Fisher and Lydia actually can't get too close to the center of the craters where the generals stand. Ari and Raven have to come to them to receive the resources transported down. This is because the corpses of the kings still give off such strong vibrations and radiation that the commanders can't withstand their aura within a few hundred kilometers, even after death. Incredibly dense, bright white containment cases are used to store the weapons and the large pieces of corpses and bones they can find. They are made from large deposits of pure chi and an immense amount of mana to hold the crafts together. When taken out from the commander's storage, they just look like small white handheld cubes, but they can be expanded by equipping them to the user's item list. By channeling mana into them like a weapon, it activates a feature that lets the cube alter its size and shape temporarily and activate or deactivate one of its sides to allow for storage. Alvaron sent instructions to use the storage skill to hold the items once they are contained. It becomes clear why, when a large amount of the Lich's bones are held in one of the containment cases for too long outside, and it decays its outer walls. This destabilizes one of the containment items and makes it unusable, as the noble radiation decays its internal structure. They are not blood-bonded items, so there is no self-healing feature. Even these highly advanced crafts can't hold these items for more than a few seconds at a time. Though once this is understood, they work well for their purpose. Ari stores his looted bow inside one of the boxes quickly and lets it fall into his borrowed item storage skill. Once floating inside a state of suspended animation, the deterioration process halts. Raven does the same, using two separate white boxes to store her looted blades, along with one of the fists of the berserker. The rest of the red giant is contained in a few separate cases, which are swiftly transferred to the commanders using the worldwide connectivity system's trading feature. All of the scattered and fractured pieces of the Lich's bones are collected and transferred too. Ares' head is pounding again, and his body has become searing hot from taking even a few moments away from concentrating on the overflow of essence in his body. Raven is pale and clearly exhausted as well. Abby's gaze lands on them, considering healing them both back to their normal states with ease. However, she understands that it would alter their bonding process with their future soul weapons, so she refrains from doing so. The two leave Kelfer and return to their cultivation rooms on the moon bases the moment their jobs are done, and the commanders can freely walk around the blast zones without being suppressed by any leftover radiation. Monk comes up with one comment to Abby after the two flashes of light from the other generals take them away. These are what the saint called glyphs. I've seen descriptions of them, but never a true glyph imbued in an artifact. They can create arrays, hold stored knowledge, and transmit chi-based techniques. Well, not all of them. I can't decipher many of them. But some of the ones I can read, I've seen copies of these symbols before on the human world. Abby turns away from looking at the throne and over to Monk. Yes, I don't know how I know it, but I have a basic understanding of many of these symbols. It's like new fuzzy memories are appearing in the back of my mind. The only one I tried so far is this. Abby's eyes glow green as she closes them, and the orb atop the staff pulses again. A small portion of the symbols on the staff ripple with energy, then go dark as a wave of aura travels throughout the entire world again. Once it meets itself on the other side of the world, it vanishes in a yellow shimmer just like before. It's thin and very subtle. Fisher and Lydia, who are in the same region as them, don't even feel it, but Abby sees every particle of the world as though she's thoroughly inspected it with an all-seeing eye skill, up close and personal. When she opens her eyes again, she looks back at Monk. The other abilities don't seem suitable to test out with humans nearby that could get hurt. Monk begins to sweat and just nods lightly, as Abby has never been so intimidating in his eyes. She has a new presence about her as she looks away back toward the throne, speaks through the link to the three commanders, and floats up into the air. Come on, let's check out what those kings were hiding. I still can't see inside, but around the throne itself, I would prepare yourself for quite the gruesome sight. At this time, Bree receives a few pings in her inner ear. The first few are transfer receipts, confirming the two generals have made it back to their cultivation chambers and are requesting goods to complete their soul weapons crafts and assimilation process. The next few are from the rising emperor in the upper realm, sending her a large packet of data on a high orcs testing and analysis of various soul weapons from its last 103,000 years of life. Along with this information, a message is received that she must notify the generals to be ready to ascend in 10 days. However, the most unexpected message of them all comes from one of the moon bases that she hasn't heard from in months, and it's a reply to her earlier transmission. Maria's voice rings in her inner ear. I was in such deep focus. I lost track of time. How much longer do we have now? I've gathered enough divine threads to wrap this up anytime I wish. Chapter 769. Abby floats forward through the departing demonic clouds. Her aura is strange. It bursts outward with a strong green light, but to the three commanders that float behind her, they cannot sense it at all. Behind her, at the edges of her aura, it shimmers and dazzles with yellow light. It even phases through the demonic clouds without directly interacting with them. Fisher and Lydia's bright blue and white auras are a far more destructive force on the environment, despite clearly being much weaker. The four of them take a semi-direct path to the throne but still weave through a few regions of battlefields surrounding the massive Black Tower. Without having to confront massive first-class demonic beasts everywhere they turn, the commanders are much quicker at retrieving artifacts and monster corpses, as it's very simple. Within a few kilometers of range, an item storage portal can be opened to store their remains. So, they weave back and forth about 1,000 kilometers left and right while moving forward through blast zones, as they might as well take advantage of this while they're on the way. Ari never bothered to loot the monsters when he killed almost a full third of the world's population in a matter of seconds while battling the Dark Elf Lich. While the majority of their ether stores are drained, and massive numbers of the corpses have been obliterated to an unrecognizable state from the yellow arrows that followed Ari in his battle, there are still hundreds of soul weapons and valuable high-grade materials found just within this small sliver of land on their path to the throne. While Monk, in particular, is most excited to take an entire lap around the globe to collect the rest of the remains after Ares' fight, the massive Black Tower that gets larger and larger in their vision ahead is far more intriguing. The closer they fly toward it, the fewer massive craters from Ares' last fight show up all over the ground. Instead, the remnants of mountains, valleys, rivers, and wide-open plains are left behind. Much of the land looks untouched, as though the only thing that has ruined it into a dark black world of nothing but death is the ambient demonic energy in the air. Only Abby looks down at the strange environment and gets flashes of the fragmented memories she witnessed of this world when it was once lush and filled with living wyverns. The three commanders that trail behind her wonder what happened here, and if this is what the human world would have turned into had they lost to the Vermilion family demons that tried to claim their throne. At the same time, a cold wave of energy ripples through them in slow, yet random and chaotic frequencies. Fisher only recognizes this as the feeling he felt when coming face to face with the Lich's arrow. Monk assumes there is another tomb nearby or a monster that was left behind and not killed by the other generals, while Lydia, the furthest back, has not yet made any guesses. Abby, on the other hand, has already sent her perception through this portion of the world and knows exactly what the cold vibrations are. She puts her hand out and catches the staff rotating around her, then immediately pushes a large amount of soul energy into it. A new set of glyphs on the base of the staff light up, and the rings around its core rotate faster for a moment before another pulse of green light erupts from her. This time, it doesn't reach very far, stopping once it envelopes all of the commanders, soaking them with a soothing, warm sensation. In the same moment, she activates a restoration circle beneath her feet that expands outward while sending a message to everyone following. Stand closer to me, and we shouldn't have a problem getting to the base of the throne. They do as she says, but Lydia speaks up with a question once they touch down on the ground together around Abby. It's the throne. It's giving off the same cold pressure that the kings did. Can we really get that close? And would we be of any help? We're still hundreds of kilometers away, yet without your protection, we'd already be turning back. Monk looks down at his hands in awe, as they are sparkling green and yellow. There is an invisible field pulsing out from Abby, and the three of them are selected as its targets, making a very thin seal around their bodies that absorbs the cold radiation. Fisher tries to send out a burst of perception, but he feels his aura become dull the further out of the array that Abby has created. His system is significantly suppressed while out of her general vicinity, and he cannot see what's ahead. Abby motions for them to walk up a final rocky cliffside. No one asks why they aren't flying any further, but they just do as she says. Without her, they couldn't even be walking now. The assumption is her power is limited while shielding them from the aura of the throne. However, in reality, Abby is not limited at all. Shielding them from this vibrational radiation is a simple task, but she knows that it is not the throne that is giving off such a random, chaotic, and cold aura. Once the four of them make it to the peak of the cliffside Abby pointed to, she gestures over the edge with her left hand and activates another collection of glyphs with her right. The few hundred kilometers surrounding the throne are hit with a pulse of green and yellow light, and all of the demonic energy is blown away like a gust of wind rushing in. The Black Tower is revealed in all its glory, and around its base, tens of thousands of skeletons litter the ground. Enormous kilometer-long spines with long rib cages of noble wyverns can be seen, but in addition to this, tens of thousands of humanoid skeletons are scattered all over the desolate land as well, though they have sharp teeth and much larger builds, ranging from 20 meters up to over 100 meters in height. Many died with their sole weapons in hand, while others have their heads torn off or lodged in the mouths of a wyvern's skull. They're the remains of noble demons that battled on this world long ago as well. The most shocking sight is the perfect circle around the throne, separating the graveyard of wyverns and demons from the untouched land the commanders stand on now. It looks extremely familiar to the silver dome that was formed on the human world, trapping the demons and humans to fight until the challengers of the throne finished their trials. Getting this close and seeing it in person makes Abby's staff shimmer green again, and the vision of thousands of wyverns flying toward the throne over this thriving world resurfaces. Ensure your favorite authors get the support they deserve. Read this novel on the original website. However, more memories start to come flooding in as new symbols on the staff light up for the first time. As she stares at the ancient remains of a battle down below, with black bones on a lifeless landscape, the visuals of colorful wyverns fighting with fire, wind, earth, and water, defending their home against black energy-wielding demons, fill her mind. Meanwhile, Bree responds to the message in her inner ear from Maria through the moon-based cultivation chamber's telepathy-linked messaging system. Yes, the time between realms has stabilized. We have 18 days before the event Jay has planned, but he wants you all to be ready for ascension within 10 days. Stabilizing the green core is going to be a challenge that takes at least a week to complete as well, it seems. The live feed that shows Maria's cultivation chamber still doesn't look any different from the day she entered it. Even the data readings that show how much energy has been absorbed don't make any sense. Maria's energy readings show that her yellow divine core is exactly the same size and power level that it was months ago. Though, in comparison to the other generals, she's absorbed many times more divine threads than all of them combined. They've seemingly vanished into thin air, and the slight grin that shows on Maria's face when she receives Bree's next message makes the craftswoman even more intrigued to know where they've gone. 10 days? Perfect. I'll be ready to ascend then. I'll need complete radio silence to be in total concentration in the meantime, and tell Alvaron to make sure not to leave anything valuable on this base. I'll be using my third ranked up buff to complete my true core's compression and saturation, so let them know they're losing our bet. Bree's heart races as she watches the other recordings of the generals compressing their cores, and the furthest any of them got to breaking the cultivation chamber was halfway through the 52-wall region-sized megastructure. Though, considering the missing divine threads and Maria's confidence in her words, she believes her, sending a message back right away. Understood. Good luck. Then their connection cuts off, and she immediately tries to contact the Silver Knight who had left the surveillance room to check on Luna's assimilation progress. However, they were using the cultivation chamber system to communicate, so Alvaron speaks directly into her mind before she even has to send a message. I will make sure her progress is monitored smoothly, and I would be happy to lose that base if she really manages to break it. A fake, simulated laugh echoes from the night, and Bree nods, switching her focus to the other two cultivation rooms that are being used right now. One is tinted red, as Raven sits between two enormous black blades, with enough mana and divine threads to fuel an entire first-grade world. Ares' chamber is pumped with divine threads, but also a large amount of demonic energy. He sits in the middle of the glossy obsidian black bow. Both of the chambers are infused with a small amount of the low-quality ether that the Rising Emperor sent down to aid their merging process as well. About 60,000 low-quality ether each, to be exact. An additional 1,000,000 has been sold to Alvaron directly, making back close to the amount that was lost by sending materials up to the upper realm, the equivalent of the total resources of almost 100 first-class worlds. Bree isn't sure if the price Alvaron has set is accurate, even though a small galactic fortune was spent. But after the business dealings they've already done together, and the fact that he hasn't even met the Rising Emperor yet, she believes it is most likely a fair price. She sets timers to list 280000 low-quality ether for competitive prices in packets of 1 to 10 ether each in random marketplaces on both popular and obscure message boards over the next few weeks. She creates a 10,000 ether per world limit and a hard cap of 10 ether per registered buyer for the first round to make sure there are no power imbalances. Alvaron explains to her what it really is, and how it is a far more potent and powerful resource than chi. So, Bree leaves the remaining 5,000,000 low-quality ether in her system storage to sit on and waits to see how the market reacts to this influx before doing anything else. During this new exploration of markets, while certain trades are being automatically fulfilled and message boards begin reacting to the anonymous injection of low-quality ether into the lower realm, Bree also begins to read up on the soul weapon data packet from ASIC, the High Orc. After sending ether to Ari and Raven's systems, she sends a message through their cultivation chamber links, nudging Alvaron with the back of her mind to listen along, as she believes the slug will find what she's about to say quite interesting. There, I've sent over all of the materials necessary for your soul weapon crafts. The ether I've provided could be collected over time, but if a large amount is used in the craft now, it will strengthen the weapon's base. Ari is the first to respond. Perfect. I was going to sacrifice some of the essence I managed to drain from the king, but now I won't have to. After sitting in a controlled environment, without having to think about losing his bow or the chance of an enemy attack, the hot sensation burning his body and headaches have drastically decreased. Some of the essence from the beasts he's drained had to be cycled out of his body to alleviate the pressure and remove the impure chi that was creating an imbalance in his body. It seems as though different purities of ether don't mix well in the same core. Raven nods along too, but she is in a far deeper trance with her eyes closed. She is not only here to create her soul swords but also to restore some of the lost divine threads she used up in her battle to reach full saturation again. Yes, I'm listening, is the only response heard. Bree smiles. Good. What the two of you will be creating are called relic-class soul weapons. They are going to act as second cores that you must treat as a part of yourselves moving forward. Very similar to blood-bonded weapons, but far more personal and powerful. Bree sifts through the data given to her by ASIC and continues. Many soul weapons, including the vast majority of the ones retrieved from the world below, are classified as basic class. This is a very common classification for the average soul weapon in the upper realm as well. These are different from relics because they don't carry the will of another being. Ari smiles. So you're saying we'll be wielding the weapons of kings? Quite literally? Bree nods. Kind of. The two beasts that owned these weapons last are a special case. I cannot say how they fell into the state they were in, but to conserve their sanity, or maybe as a result of someone else's curse, the kings on this world fused their minds and souls with their weapons. Maybe it was part of their battle style, or the demon's twisted idea of testing the limits of science, but as a result of this, their eternal battles will carry on. The craftswoman sifts through her notes more. However, relics aren't able to exert any wills of their own without the guiding hand of their wielder. They only grant abilities and techniques for their wielders to take as suggestions like a lost echo. If they were able to survive even death, and exert this will without their wielder's consent, they would become a soul weapon with the classification of a sentinel. Alvaron interjects at Bree's words. I've heard of these before. It is when a weapon consumes its wielder and overrides their will. A sentinel is a living weapon. It is able to battle on its own without the need for flesh and blood. Bree nods. Yes, the writer of these notes says they are often not born until the wielders die, but they didn't leave a large amount of notes on them. Many of these tests are on basic class and relic class artifacts, though many theories are stated about two others, the Destroyer class soul weapon and the amplifiers. Ari and Raven focus on their own careful preparation processes, as hundreds of divine-grade craftsmanship windows float around them. Alvaron is very intrigued by this next part, as the slug does not know much about either of these two classifications. It's said here amplifiers are the rarest kind of soul weapons, as true amplifiers are only created once for every race. To bond with one properly, you must have a certainty about your will, and it must align with the prior soul's desires. The writer of this research says they've never come in contact with one themselves but has detailed notes about first-hand accounts from a few sources. Though it is stated many times that the accuracy of these additional notes cannot be proven. Many times he has run into soul weapon users with extremely powerful relic class artifacts that have claimed to be amplifiers, yet they never truly are, though for some reason he is certain they exist. Bree keeps reading, and her eyebrows raise. And yes, the Destroyer class soul weapons. This writer of these notes says he's never seen one of these either, and they may just be myths. However, in theory, they are possible. It is when a wielder harnesses the soul of something that should not be captured. Like a planet or a star. Bree's eyes squint, and she shrugs. That's it. Well, other than the hundreds of thousands of craft results recorded for basic and relic class weapons. There are many different types, but I won't bore you with the affinities and possible evolution paths certain weapons can take. There are common paths that certain races follow, but it seems to be very personal, just like ranked-up buffs or true core abilities. Alvaron asks to look at the list of crafts, but Ari and Raven aren't very interested. So, she wishes the generals good luck as they have everything they need and cuts them out of the ongoing telepathy chat to have some peace and quiet while turning to the Silver Knight in the surveillance room. She has a very familiar gleam in her eyes that lusts for profits as she replies to the slug's request. Sure. I've given you a free taste of what I can offer. What specifics are you looking for? I'm sure we can come to a few reasonable agreements. In the upper realm, flying high above the green clouds, the Ellipsia Citadel gets smaller and smaller behind a wyvern and the silhouette of a fake demon. The blue wyvern sends a telepathic message back to the rising emperor as they both exit the last translucent layer of an ether security bubble surrounding the citadel. Kelfer? How do you know the name of my home world? Chapter 770. Seraphel replies to my question about his mysterious connection to this demonic world. Kelfer? How do you know the name of my home world? My eyebrows raise as the Ellipsia Citadel completely disappears behind us, and we leave the ether surveillance system's bubble, heading off deep into the seemingly endless, dense green clouds of divine threads. It seems to have been chosen as a training ground for my generals who will be ascending soon. I only mention it because there was a tablet left behind with your name on it, and well, I'm sorry if I'm the one to break the bad news, but no life remains on that world. It's been taken over by the demons. Surprisingly, Seraphel's jaded gaze doesn't change as he responds. There are still remains left there to this day? I thought it would have been plundered by now. Do not believe this is the first time I'm hearing of the state of the last wyvern spawn world. By the time I ascended to the upper realm, the majority of our lower realms worlds had already been taken. The strongest warriors were sent up here to continue the battle, while our remaining worlds would be inevitably taken. After all, new demons can be born, but as a race that lost our seat as an overseer, no new wyvern worlds will connect to the system again. His words begin to register in my mind, but a few things don't exactly add up. So you already knew your homeworld fell? You were counting on it? And you say there are others of your race that ascended with you here. Seraphel looks forward and replies, yes, of course. It must have been a Morvale family high noble, long before they ascended to the Cyan Zone. Kelfer was the final world to fall. One of our elders, an earth-wielding wyvern with a unique ability to allow wildlife to flourish, stayed behind. He would rather tend to his gardens than fight in a war, though, out of everyone, he knew the significance of the final ascension I led. The demons are not like the other races. They've altered the system far too much. That old bird believed if they had the chance, they'd seal the gap between realms. There's a pause of silence between us as I digest his words further, and I feel a nostalgic glint of emotion in the blue eyes that stare forward into the distance. I didn't believe him then, but after what I've seen in the last 5 wars here in the green zone of the upper realm, it's far more clear to me now. It all really sunk in after the systematic extermination of my brothers and sisters in the Vermilion family takeover of this zone. After they sealed my physique and banished me to the exile zones, I had a lot of time to think over the reality of our situation. We've truly lost. Seraphel pauses again, as he's remembering even further back. The dragon you bonded with to get up here was the first to break the news of Kelfer's fall. It's been at least 60,000 years, probably much longer. I heard he returned one time after that, but just missed the chance to stop the new Vermilion head from taking the Grand Citadel. They must have timed the trade-off to when they were certain he wasn't among their ranks. Then again, Ember's actions never made much sense to me. I don't understand why he rejects his position time and time again, consistently betraying the demons, while he has helped preserve my kind far longer than we should have lived. I truly do not know what side he is on. His history before my time in the upper realm is unknown to me. I want to respond, but I have nothing to say. What I thought would be a simple response, that he faced a demonic army similar to the force that tried to take over my homeworld, turns out not to be the case. It's far more convoluted. There is a whole new great demon family involved, along with hundreds of thousands of years of history, and to top it off, Ember has a hand in all of this too. Finally, I just ask. Well, I think knowing my enemy's history and intentions will be important before we start my next phase of training. Don't you think? The Vermilion family head, he's a high noble too, right? What does he have to gain in all of this? This novel's true home is a different platform. Support the author by finding it there. Seraphel slowly shakes his head while flapping his wings again to build up more speed. I will fill you in on what I know. Though first, you are wrong about one thing. The family heads have a noble rank of their own. If he or the Morvale family heads were high nobles, we wouldn't be in the sorry state we are today. There's a good reason they're called the royal family heads. Down on the demonic world, Abby and 3 of the commanders take in the view of the aftermath of a war that even Seraphel cannot pinpoint to an exact time period. It is not that this world was left behind, but a necessary sacrifice to hold off even greater evils in the realm above. Though, as the 4 of them slowly float above the cold, war-ridden battlefield, it only gets more intense. Like an epic scene in history has been frozen solid in time. It's unclear how this monstrous battle ended, other than the fact that the demons clearly claimed victory within the tower, turning this world into what it has succumbed to today. Monk eyes the fully intact soul weapons and powerful artifacts scattered among the battlefield. Many of them are old and dead, with the glyphs and runic symbols on them nothing but carvings now that they have lost their spark of life. However, they are still all priceless finds, with new data and symbols in 2 new languages to learn by the thousands at his fingertips. Fisher and Lydia are still on guard, as even one monster in this graveyard that has a hint of life left in it could be more than either of them can handle. Abby's eyes are fixated on the tower, as it is still the only thing in the entire world she cannot see through. The decaying noble vibrations do not get stronger the closer to the tower she gets, proving her theory that it is only coming from the corpses around it. She's so intrigued that she places an open-palmed hand directly on the base of the tower and uses an altered perception glyph similar to the one she used to scan the world, but this time to scan only the tower before her. The staff lights up green, then her body does too, and lastly, the entire tower becomes engulfed by her aura, showing a green and yellow glow even from space as it rotates past the moon bases in orbit. She shakes her head, disappointed. I can't see through it. All she's received back was a blinding view of the outer layer of this strange artifact. The visuals of shimmering silver strands fill her mind as a squeaking and ringing noise overpowers her thoughts and perception, getting louder and louder the deeper she tries to look. Although, Tethered in between these silver strands of light, dense cyan-colored divine threads make up the tower. They seem stagnant, as though they haven't been stimulated in a very long time. Though, as soon as Abby's senses touch them, the presence of a gaze from unfathomably far away looks down on her. She lets go of the tower, and her aura of perception dissipates. The visual of bright cyan eyes looking down is imprinted in her mind, but they feel as though they were looking down on the entire world instead of just her. The gaze feels unfocused, like a reflexive reaction to her probing. Abby does not know who or what it is, but knows the power making up the walls of this tower is tethered with a material far beyond her comprehension. That is enough. There is no need to explore the tower further, she states with a straight face, but underneath, the healer feels her body and mind aching with fatigue far worse than what she felt when claiming the Wyvern's inheritance. She has seen Wyvern's eyes in her visions before, and they look nothing like the demonic gaze that peered down on this world through the ancient and forgotten tower at its north pole. The commanders look quite confused, as it appears Abby just touched the tower and turned around with a result after a single second passed. Above in the moon base, Alvaron and Bree don't sense a thing either. All of this has just occurred within the healer's mind. The two of them just trade information back and forth. Alvaron teaches Bree how the large-scale crafts of these moon bases were made, and a few other races' progression in the crafting field, like a small colony of remaining beholders and a few strong high orc and ogre worlds that have managed to progress at a similar rate. Bree picks out a new passage to expand on in exchange. There is a special type of soul weapon outlined here in the high orc's notes. He says that complex machines that act with a single purpose are artifact-class soul weapons. They are similar to sentinels, as they do not need to be bonded with a wielder, yet closer in essence to basic class soul weapons as they do not carry a will of their own or need a soul to exist. They merely need a large amount of power to be activated and can be altered to do various large-scale tasks. These notes say that demons use these to create ascension trials for their kin to claim worlds, and they are also commonly used in the upper realm to power civilizations called citadels that make use of old, dead worlds. The Silver Knight of Armor is very interested in this information, as it does not often get any communication from the upper realm like this. Over the last 3 months while watching the generals and commanders train, while also making full use of the worldwide connectivity system, it has received more data and resources than the last few thousand years of its space exploration. Bree continues, making a hand motion for the knight to pay up if it wants more on this topic. There is even a section here on the High Orc's attempt to break open and reverse engineer a throne. It was only a second-class world, but the detailed notes here show that it did succeed. Chapter 771. A brief history of the Vermilion and Morvale families is taught by Seraphel as we make our way further and further from any signs of life. I learn of a few very interesting facts that widen my perspective on the hierarchy of demons all the way up the many zones of the upper realm. One fact in particular being that the Vermilion family head used to be a strong general in the Morvale family army, and that he has a much longer history with the green zone of the upper realm than just these past few millennia as a royal family head. The Ellipsia Citadel cannot be sensed at all, and the exile zones where Ava continues to farm ether and bring freed slaves up to the surface leave my senses as well. Even the transport point where I arrived here from the lower realm, a massive cloud of ether and silver threads, we passed this by too, flying so far off into the endless green clouds until finally reaching a point where Seraphel speaks up and lowers his gaze downward. This is the way to what's left of the Wyvern's old sanctuary. Maybe it will be put to good use one last time. After Seraphel and I dive down into the clouds and begin my second stage of training, 7 full days pass. If the Ellipsia Citadel were 10 million kilometers closer, the immense distorted waves of noble vibrations coming from deep within the green divine fog would make the small display that caused a city-wide blackout seem like a tease. During this week of prolonged peace and quiet, business returns to usual in Ellipsia. The taxes being collected by the demonic servants aren't any higher than usual, and there has been no cruel mistreatment by the new noble demon lord. A small disturbance from a few humans in the Maple District has been whispered about but soon forgotten, as no formal report to the demonic servants was filed. In fact, many of the lower races have been thriving more than usual. This is because a very high number of 5th, 4th, and 3rd class worlds with low ether and mana resources have been bought in bulk for reasonable prices by a team of demonic servants led by one named Rucker. These worlds are thriving with life and system users, but they are not as abundant in resources to farm. This means they've already been drained. Their dungeons will decay in strength, and in the next few decades, the hunter population's level growth is sure to stagnate. It's both an unprofitable short and long-term investment. Though these were the orders given to them by the Citadel Lord, so they are followed out without question. The general morale of average citizens in the Citadel lightens up a large amount as the lower-class economy was just injected with 1 million low-quality ether. At the same time, below the Citadel, as a full week has gone by since Ava began training her ether sense, the Goblin Queen has become a lot sharper. The fractures in her avatar are becoming larger and hotter, sending waves of dense ether out to let her true form sense her surroundings. With every new stone she finds and adds to her ether base, the more this forces her senses to grow stronger as her abilities grow more potent. She takes advantage of the 4% of stats granted to her as well to speed up the process. The entirety of the central peak is looted, and a large amount of the outer ring is too. Her ether stores rise to over 2.2 million low-quality ether. Now, she can pinpoint each individual stone with ease, and doesn't even need to use the built-in ether scan commands to verify that the black rocks contain the hot essence. With the help of a team of orcs and red ogres on the warlord's payroll, along with a few demonic servants put up to the task, the access point of the Citadel is triggered to smuggle past slaves in the exile zones up into society. They're all given illegal basic grade avatars and 1 to 3 low-quality ether to start new lives. Many of the exile zone plot renters, who are also citizens of the Citadel, are paid out their contracts to make sure not to cause a riot, while simultaneously retrieving the home worlds of many of the slaves that were working to pay them off. The furthest plots, better known as the Hollow District, full of 5th-class worlds and mostly useless ether stones, are not fully farmed by Ava, as it is not worth her time. However, she does make sure to search 100,000 kilometers in every direction to locate every last slave worker and bring them back. The warlords make a lot of progress during this week as well. For tall statues are stood up in a row at the top of the High Orc Tower. They are dark black, ranging from a few meters in height up to over 20 on the largest of them. A Berserker Giant, a Blue Ogre, a High Orc, and a Goblin Queen's outlines give off large white clouds of low-quality ether and make the divine energy in the room hotter and denser nearby. Asik and Torvak sit back on the other side of the long blackout workroom that they've been in for over a week, both with satisfied expressions on their faces. Asik speaks up while hooking himself back up to the medical devices on his throne. They're complete. I will heal up, then be the first to assimilate to the new avatars as a trial round. Without adding in any stealth precautions to stay under the surveillance system radars, and limiting ourselves to known ether commands, I'd say these illegal avatars are the closest to true bodies we'll ever get. Honestly, they're even more advanced. The story has been illicitly taken. Should you find it on Amazon, report the infringement. Torvak chuckles, looking in front of the avatars to see the highest quality dormant relic class soul weapon molds his ogre conglomeration had in cold storage inside the same vault as Asik's materials. All these need is a soul bond confirmation from their wielders. The energy required to wake up the dormant relics has been infused and paired with the new avatar shells. I'll be ready when you are. Torvak stands in silence, crossing his arms and smiling while looking over to a far corner of the room where all of the excess materials they didn't use lie. Then, he looks back over to Asik as the pure ether and mana start moving through his medical fixtures into his avatar. And the device for Seraphel, it's done, plus the materials left over for Jay. Ember said that human sword has quite the appetite. Meanwhile, as his name is being brought up a few blocks away, Ember stares down at Zashin, continuing to send mental attacks his way without letting up for even a millisecond. The Berserker has been through mental torment for over a full week straight since the minuscule break he had for a fraction of a second during the realm wave. While his mental defenses have been getting tougher and tougher, with his reaction time improving by pure necessity, or else he would die, this isn't the main reason Ember is putting him through such torture. While his mental defense refinement has progressed further than it has in the entire time he's been gone from the upper realm since their last meeting, something even more beneficial is happening to the first-class Berserker King deep in the depths of his soul. This training is to prepare him for the inevitable clash with another noble grade being like Andras Vermilion, who he faced in that dueling room and barely made it out alive. Odds are, the environment won't be as controlled, and there won't be any backup to finish the fight for him. The center of the Berserker's eyes begins to emit a strange crimson aura, one that burns hot like fire. Ember has seen this monster activate his wind magic and greater Berserker form many times before, using mana to project a blood-red domain to increase his stats. However, pure mana could not do what he is witnessing before him now. Ember's next mental attack doesn't even make it halfway through the Berserker's mental defenses as a strange crimson vibrating sensation overrides its normal ether defenses. In order to not let up and ensure the Berserker continues this awakening, Ember activates his full dragon form to send his next mental attack down on his training partner. While all of this occurs, I float back toward the Citadel without Seraphel. The few hours it has taken to fly back while completely suppressing my noble vibrations is far easier than the comparable 37 minutes it took for me to break the last time the Blue Wyvern gave me a test like this. The imagery of the so-called sanctuary of wyverns Seraphel spoke of is still fresh in my mind, though it is not the mystical lost fortress that I was expecting. 7 days ago, over 10 million kilometers from Ellipsia, the ground is still covered in the dead black stones. However, we reach a point where it dips down, thinning out to reveal what is beneath at what I can only describe as sea level. There is a line dividing the land of dead worlds, and a massive dark pool of liquid that stretches off even further. It's impossible to get a solid reading on this dark ocean, like it isn't even there. My eyes can see it, but my senses just show up with a dark black cloud of danger. It smells faintly of ether, but also gives off the cold radiation of death, similar to the wavelength I felt while briefly speaking with Muriel Vermilion. Not far offshore, the remains of a fallen citadel without a reactor, sunken deep into a polluted ocean of gray sludge, is what I see. There are countless towers broken into pieces, sticking out of the endless dark ocean, with far more structures sunken deep beneath its surface. This stage of training begins when Seraphel tells me to submerge myself in the polluted sea of strange dark corrosive energy. It feels hot like it's eating away at my skin, yet cold and suppressive like it's trying to gain control of my grasp on the system. But at the same time, it does not have a will that directly targets me. The dark liquid just exists, and it feels very difficult to push my aura through to get a sense of how deep this sea really is. It's hard to know if this is a naturally occurring liquid, or if it is the result of a reactor spill from a fallen citadel, or if a noble lord's power created this wasteland. Even Seraphel stays a distance away from it. I'm not quite sure what it is or how it got here. However, it does have a noticeable amount of low-quality ether infused within it. Soaking in the gray waste feels like toxic mud is trying to seep through my skin. Seraphel watches from high above, soaring in circles while I hold my breath and follow his instructions. The sea is not very physically limiting. I can easily swim through it, up and out, without a problem. However, my noble vibrations and ether senses hardly make it more than a few hundred meters through the gray sludge at first. It is an odd feeling, like I've gone blind. Being able to sense every particle around me for hundreds of thousands of kilometers, to instantly not be able to sense more than a few long strides in front of me. Attempting to override the old structure's citadel ether commands only works when I'm extremely close or touching the old decaying buildings. Even when making contact, I can only control small patches where my limited senses can connect to. However, soaking in a pool filled with ether does allow me to drain large amounts of the hot white substance through my skin the longer I soak in it. In just the first hour submerged, I drain almost 100,000 low-quality ether and get the hang of finding the currents in the sludge to expand my senses. The same feeling I got when mutating my body in Celia's divine construct tickles the back of my mind, as I already feel myself adapting to this new environment. It feels like I finally made progress with my first stage of training, but now I've been thrown into the dark and have to start back at square one again. My noble vibrations feel just as dull and uncontrolled as they did the day I walked into the High Orc Tower for the first time. My self-regeneration skill is being used in full force, using a perk it hasn't had to use in a long time, its passive poison resistance. I'm certain without it, A normal human would have died seconds after touching this darkness. I too feel more and more fatigued the longer I train here, but the amount of ether I'm able to farm and the expansion of my range of noble vibrations within this sea of sludge motivates me to not look back and not waste a single second. After my taste of warping my vibrations to a purpose while building the ascension chamber, Seraphel knew that it would be far better to let me break through to the frequency of a high noble under far more stress. It is understood that if I can train my body and mind to adapt my noble vibrations to get used to such a harsh environment, once I use them without such limiters, I'll get far greater end results. After 7 full days of going all out, my total low-quality ether stores near 30 million. My range of perception through this dark sludge has increased by thousands of times, as it feels no different than looking through the crystal-clear ocean back on the human world. Seraphel's words. If you can train your body and mind in the remains of the corrupted, then maybe you can survive in the presence of the royals. Echo in my mind, while the memories of my final day beneath the sea manipulating full city blocks worth of towers at once beneath the gray sludge rush through my thoughts. I began using my suppression technique on the way up out of the gray ocean after 7 days, and have not deactivated it since. Seraphel says I am well on my way to becoming a high noble, but I do not feel any different, as I have not been able to release my power yet outside of the suppression beneath this sea of corruption. As the Ellipsia Citadel comes into view again, I go through my mental notes of what I have to do before I go back to complete the final phase of training. I must collect the worlds my servants have purchased, check the structural integrity of my ascension chamber after the 7 days it's been sitting untouched, and lastly, collect a package from Asik and Torvak. All of this must be done while keeping my vibrations completely suppressed. If I fail to do so, the Citadel itself may end up in a similar state to the one I've spent the last week training at. Chapter 772. With my noble vibrations completely suppressed, I just appear as a 20-meter-tall demon floating through the sky back toward the Ellipsia Citadel. By the end of my week getting used to the sludge of corruption, I was able to push past its suppressive properties. What felt like a tight, heavy lead blanket over my eyes and entire body at first became much easier to sense through over time, like a sea of clear gel. While my self-regeneration and absorption true core ability were pushed to the limits in order for my body not to succumb to the pressure or poison of the sea, physical pain doesn't really bother me much anymore. I've become quite numb to this sensation actually, as subconsciously I know I'm nowhere near death, so the pain signals that would usually be blaring throughout my full body don't bother to go off anymore. This is the result of the large amounts of low-quality ether flooding into my system, compounding with the memories of more and more past lives of the enemies I've killed over the last few weeks. That Cyclops and Andros Vermilion really took a toll on my mind that I didn't realize fully until midway through this portion of training. When adding up Draco's memories and the Goblin King as well, over 20,000 years of life experience sit dormant in the back of my mind. The hundreds of thousands of years' worth of memories from the other demonic beasts around the central peak add up as well, but most of them are just mindless battles and incoherent dark millennia filled with madness. While some battle instincts are transferred, there are not many life lessons or much useful strategic information that can be used. So, even though the mental strain put on myself to start fresh and relearn how to control and optimize my noble vibrations in that clouded pool of darkness should have pushed me to the edge, it really doesn't seem that difficult with this new range of perspectives I have molding my subconscious. Organizing my thoughts, memories, and intentions to stay on the path I've chosen was the true test while beneath that black sea. Now, after successfully mutating my body and mind again to breathe through that disgusting waste pit and filter its toxic bits out of my being while keeping the pure ether, my own ether refinement deep within my mind grows far more efficient. Every time more sludge came in through my pores, pure ether from my pool of stores was released subconsciously to handle the load, and while accepting new ether into my mental pool, I refined the existing stores over and over during the process. Unknowingly, while this happened on autopilot, my mind was focused on my noble vibrations and controlling the broken pieces of Citadel. I was refining ether. It is not as efficient as the clear elixir ember granted me as a gift that is still in my storage and used. This refinement is very similar. While I can't test out my noble vibrations just yet, my ether senses have certainly improved. I know this for a fact when I passed through the first ether surveillance bubble around the outer limits of Ellipsia. Before, I had to focus on the strands of ether and actively think about deactivating and manipulating certain parts of the machine to float through undetected. Now, it's even more simple than breathing. Just the thought of altering an ether command is enough to have it done without lifting a finger or even looking its way. When I finally touch down on the outer edge of the citadel, I no longer have to shut off full city blocks in order to stand anonymous. The citadel's automatic surveillance system is far easier to manipulate now, so I don't have to resort to such crude tactics. Instead of creating random blackouts, I continuously edit out the visuals where I walk through the streets. With a light layer of ether around my body and the simple alterations of commands imbued in millions of ether strings, not even a fluctuation can be sensed in the internal system. Not even the demonic servants constantly monitoring every block of the citadel know I've returned. My perception easily reaches through the entire floating structure, and as heads turn my way while floating through the streets, I alter the visuals of what is being transmitted to the surveillance systems to make it seem as though the Lords spotting me are just going about their daily lives and not eyeing me with fear. I am truly a ghost, and can feel every humming ether command on this citadel ready to be altered to my wildest imagination like clay. There is only one message I send to a single servant while slowly floating toward the central tower. Afterward, my entire focus is on the massive structure full of ether, mana, demonic energy divine threads, unique blood-bonded teleportation systems, and a very subtle signature of my noble vibrations rippling through it. While I am not exerting any noble vibrations out on the environment, that doesn't mean I can't receive the data from my prior work. In fact, I'm far more sensitive to the intricacies of my craft. A few minutes go by as I float around the tower, leaving trails of demonic energy behind while inspecting every single layer with a fully focused and refined gaze. Knowing what I know now, I'm quite impressed by my past self just a week ago for pulling off such an extensive, intricate, and delicate craft with such little experience in massive structure manipulation. While it would have been fine to leave it exactly how it was, I make minor tweaks all over the structure, injecting about 1 million low-quality ether worth of structural support and additional automation commands into the walls of the contraption to suit my professional satisfaction. My mind scans the tower a few hundred more times while I wait high up in the sky, out of sight from any average lords, up near the top floor with my arms crossed and a slight grin on my face in silence as the green clouds slowly pass by all around. That is, until Rucker arrives, answering my call from a moment ago. "You're back, sir. I've completed the task of purchasing as many worlds as I could with the specifications you outlined. The entire balance has been spent, plus the additional ether collected from this week's tax collection." I nod, opening up the side of the private top floors. "Very good." We walk right through the corridors to the same private trading room from a week ago, and the worlds his team of servants collected while I was training are transferred directly to my world token with a long series of light dings in my inner ear. The number on my palm beneath my concealment ticks upward quickly until it stops on a final reading of 294,552. Nearly 200,000 new worlds. Not bad. I murmur out loud for the servant to hear that I am pleased with the results. 109,272 of these new worlds are 5th class, while 58045 are 4th class. Lastly, 21086 are 3rd class worlds. While their average system users' levels don't compare to the strong 1st class worlds I looted from Andrus and the demonic Cyclops, the pure quantity far surpasses this level disparity. A large number of the 2nd class and above worlds I inherited from these kills were infected by demons or long dead and abandoned. While the beasts on these worlds are abnormally strong, some averaging over level 1000 for a total population, having such superpowers on a chaotic world leads to not many demonic beasts left. Like Kelfer, for example, there were no more than 50,000 living beasts on that world, despite it being technically 1st class and over 7 times the size of the human world. In the 106,149 worlds I had prior, over half were useless, while many of the remaining that were mana-based were already on the verge of population collapse from the demon's neglect. There are many strong worlds too, over 30,000 very active, friendly, mana-based worlds that have made good use of the worldwide connectivity system. By no means is it a small amount. It's just very clear that this collection of worlds was optimized by the demons to create avatar buffs rather than focus on individual system users on these planets. In total, that gave roughly 16 trillion links of loyalty. Now, with an additional 188,403 worlds, nearly tripling the connected worlds to the worldwide connectivity system, the total links of loyalty have skyrocketed to 157 trillion. My links of loyalty have increased by almost 10 times, and I feel my borrowed stats increase by over triple instantly. I turn to Rucker. How much ether do you think it would cost to buy 750,000 more worlds? Just like these? He thinks for a moment, then replies, 4 to 5 million low-quality ether. Well, maybe double that to be safe. We would have to get far more aggressive in order to get this many from the current market. Even spending the full million you advised was tough to do in only a week. Many of the lower-class lords don't have more than one world. It is much harder to get good deals on home worlds, as there is a sentimental attachment. Many of the worlds we purchased this week were on the side markets, from lords that have died long ago. I nod back, only placing 1 million more low-quality ether into the trading chamber while thinking of a far better way to get this many worlds without breaking the bank. While I could do more, having the remaining 27.8953 million low-quality ether in my mental pool feels far more valuable for my final stage of training than it would to get a few extra worlds at overinflated prices. Then forget about the home worlds. Just continue purchasing from the same side markets you did to get your current haul. High populations are all I care for. Good work. I'll be back in 3 days. He accepts the new capital, and we both leave the tower moments later. The servant heads straight down the side of the building to regroup with the team he was leading, and I watch dozens of ether channels between them send messages and begin dividing up the ether while making a game plan to buy more worlds. I, on the other hand, make my way straight toward the High Orc Tower to complete my final task. By now, my body is starting to heat up slightly, and a ringing in my ears paired with a slight pressure in my mind begins to show signs of the suppression technique starting to take its toll. This is similar to the last time when I was a quarter way around the Citadel. My mental capacities are starting to be affected, but I still have plenty of time and energy to spare before it gets too bad. Meanwhile, in the lower realm, a series of very productive events have occurred over the last 7 days. The meticulous process of the two generals asserting dominance over the relic-class soul weapons that used to be kings of this demonic world takes place. It costs an exuberant amount of low-quality ether, divine threads, and soul energy, along with over 24 hours of focused cultivation to complete the bond for both of them. The walls of the cultivation moon bases take a beating, as the noble radiation and Berserker's crimson aura from even the dead soul weapons still decays through over 31 walls in Raven's chamber, and 30 in Ares even when he tries to keep as much contained as possible with his spirit arms. Alvaron reloads the chambers with divine threads 2 times each, as it is quite the extensive process, filtering their own soul energy through the weapons and using their greater forms to withstand the pressure of the radiation from within the blades and bow, filtering through their own blood to make the bond. Fighting against the dead kings is not as life-endangering as the actual battles themselves, but they sure are stubborn and have strong wills that fight back even after death to be tamed and bonded with. Afterward, the two cultivate in peace to heal up from the fatigue of a successful relic-class soul weapon bond. Upon success, the weapons compact down to the size of the wielder's soul. So, in their base forms, the black weapons are no more than 2 meters long, but while activating their greater battle forms, the soul weapons can grow as large as the user's form desires. Ari focuses mainly on getting used to this new refined ether in his system, continuing to filter out small impurities of leftover chi and concentrated essence from weaker, less pure beasts. Raven feels very hot, as in the beginning of her soul energy fusion process with the swords, bits of the crimson aura from within these blades cycled through her body. As the process continued, it disappeared, but the presence of a shadow of its aura is still deep within the blades, and now within Raven's psyche as well. When slipping away into her stealth dimension, the lingering presence of this hot aura disappears, and her mind is at peace. But when she comes back to the physical world, it feels like the remnants of that aura are here, lingering. She tries to tap into this power, but every time she actively thinks about it, it seems harder to manifest or find in the depths of her mind. It doesn't feel dangerous, to her at least. If anything, she knows that it is her power, but it just feels like an itch she wants to scratch but can't find where it is. So, instead, Raven uses the rest of her time back in the cultivation chamber gathering up more yellow divine threads. This is to saturate her blades and resaturate the last bit of her core that she sacrificed in order to win her battle against this king. Down below on the demonic world, the commanders search every single crater from Ahri and Raven's battles, collecting corpses and artifacts. They even go back and double-check the other two-thirds of the world to see if they missed any artifacts or lingering demonic beasts. However, Abby stays by the throne. She doesn't dare to touch it again, or even scan it from afar, as she knows very well Psi and divine threads are a threat that not even the rising emperor has faced yet. Messing with a power like this is a death wish. Though, the thousands of wyvern and demon skeletons that surround this throne are a different matter. Alvaron and Monk both want to take the bones and soul weapons apart piece by piece to dissect any and all meaning out of them, but as Abby continues to float around this battle frozen in time, she continues to get more and more flashbacks of the real battle that took place here. It's very strange. The images of wyverns and demons fighting aren't even from the eyes of the wyvern she talked with in the desert. These scenes are from all the way across the world and through the eyes of many of the fighters on this battlefield right now. No one else but she can come this close to the decaying noble bones, and she knows that she'll soon leave this world, so the healer does something unexpected. She grabs her glowing green staff and borrows the item storage skill from the Rising Emperor to amplify its range and ability. A massive ring-shaped storage portal appears beneath the entire battlefield and allows all of the radiation-emitting statues of a frozen war in the past to fall into a true state of suspended animation within her system. She allows the worldwide connectivity system to store these artifacts as individual items and sends the data to Alvaron, Monk, and Bree, but insists that she holds onto the true artifacts for safekeeping. Following this event, Abby returns to her cultivation moon base too. Though not much cultivation is really done, she just sits in the center of the yellow room with her eyes closed, letting the black staff slowly spin around her, with a look on her face as though she's in deep thought. Meanwhile, Maria's cultivation chamber has been restocked with divine fragments 3 more times in the last 7 days. None of the footage sending messages back to the moon base has been able to properly send any usable information back. The size of the corrupted portions of the files grows, as all the energy readings around her divine core and soul energy core send back nonsensical data that doesn't add up. Temperatures in her chamber have dropped down to levels that should only be possible in deep space, and a royal blue aura has begun to glow around the outside of her body. She is pulling a full 4% of stats and emitting a terrifyingly strong mana control radiation signature. It has consistently been fracturing 4 to 5 walls out that have had to be constantly rehealed. However, with Ares' aura reaching 26 walls out, and the soul weapons bonding fracturing over 30 walls for both Ahri and Raven, these single-digit numbers don't seem like much. Her divine core has not shown any signs of collapsing. Everyone has trust in her that she knows what she's doing, but one would expect the process to move along much faster than this. Maria hasn't even activated her 3rd ranked-up buff to aid in the process like she said she would. If it's taking 3 months to gather these threads and it hasn't even compressed her true core yet, then it is an even greater mystery how she'll saturate it in time. While it seems another day will go by with no more clues or progress in Maria's cultivation, a series of notifications ring in everyone's ears within the various moon bases. It's the new addition of 188,403 worlds to the worldwide connectivity system, and over 100 trillion new links of loyalty boosting the amount of borrowed stats available to the Rising Emperor, and of course, in turn, the generals. With the flood of new and confused system users being added to the forums and markets, everyone borrowing stats gets an instant rise in power by over 3 times. The surveillance panels of the cultivation base holding Maria start to light up with many colorful warnings, as the flow of divine threads becomes extremely chaotic, suddenly being pulled inward toward the blue ice mage faster than they're being circulated through the chamber. Simultaneously, the mana control aura in the room from her natural existence triples in strength, which in turn is multiplied by the divine threads tethering her to reality. More and more walls begin to shake and fracture as her aura expands, and the gravity she exerts on the base around her continues to increase. Her burst makes it out to the 21st wall, and the center chamber she sits in now begins to freeze solid, making it harder to inject fresh divine threads into the middle room. Alvaron frantically triggers system commands to restock the base with another load of divine fragments, even though the last restock was less than 12 hours ago. Chapter 773. I float back to the High Orc Tower, and unlike before, once I get close enough, the intricate ether commands and structural patterns that made it impossible to see through before are easy for me to crack now. While leagues above the rest of the citadel, by simply touching the wall with an open palm, I'm able to take control of the entire building and send a simple message to the High Orc and Blue Ogre inside. They are resting, admiring their newly crafted soul weapons and avatar shells. As soon as I get a response back, I open up the side of the top floor, simultaneously editing the surveillance footage to seem as though the building was never manipulated at all. My eyes track over the crafts they've been working on all this time, and I nod with respect as they are not built with the same craftsmanship interface that I'm familiar with, but instead a mechanical interface of its own that does not connect to the Citadel systems. The avatars have a very similar signature and complex layering structure to the building, making me piece together the fact that it must have been him or an ancestor who created this structure as well. The soul weapons are very intricate too, with similarities to the avatars, but they have the Blue Ogre's craftsmanship imprinted on them, and their bases are all unique like compressed ether, giving off whispers of intent. They are, in fact, old dormant souls. I close the door behind me and nod. Your work here looks very good, and I thank you very much for the data provided on soul weapons. My craftsmen in the lower realm are making good use of it. My gaze falls on two large containment cases in the back of the room, and then over to Asik as he sits up straight in his tall-backed throne hooked up to many wires. Indeed, I'm glad my research can be of use to you. He smiles and looks over to the Blue Ogre. Torvak may be more in the market of buying and selling my work, but he's a talented soulsmith in his own right. A few thousand research papers in my reports are his. I don't know if you read them all, but it was a Red Ogre's world where we managed to get the data on the throne to analyze artifact-class soul weapons. I nod slowly and respond while opening my item storage. Yes, I did look through your work briefly. Then I pull out my sword, not bothering to use my concealment or demonic energy on it, letting the blade float in front of me in its natural state. It is jet black, as it doesn't feel any threats nearby, but the red eye on its base opens up and looks around the room out of curiosity to see why it's been drawn. I'm suppressing a lot of my power right now, so you're not going to be able to witness its full capabilities. But I read you've never seen an amplifier in person, is that right? I don't have much time, but study it all you'd like while I'm here. Both Torvak and Asik's eyes open wide at my words as I let the suppressed blade, which would normally be sending out its own noble vibrations right now, float in the center of the room. Then I walk forward past the avatar shells toward the concealment cases in the back of the room. These are for me to pick up, right? Seraphel said you would have some leftovers, plus an important item for him. The two snap out of their stares at the floating blade, and Asik nods quickly. Yes, all of that is for you. The white box is actually all incompatible relic and basic class soul weapon materials. Feel free to feed them to your blade. The blue box is for Seraphel. He says it's necessary for your last stage of training. Both boxes are dark black, with dense green divine threads and white ether radiating off of them. However, one gives off a slight blue glow. It feels very dense with mana, and this blue coloration is not from any special divine threads. It actually feels like very basic water magic from my initial scan, though it is giving off additional readings that makes it clear what's inside is far more complex than anything I've looked at before. I decide not to pry into Seraphel's business until he gives me permission to do so. The other overflows at the edges with pure white ether. I walk over, opening up another item storage portal to drop the blue box in without hesitating, then out of curiosity open up the massive black box with an ether command. The moment I do, even more heat with ether flows out of its top, and I see dozens more black boxes inside. From my enhanced ether senses, I can tell these containment cases are extremely old, possibly even older than the tower we're standing in. So, I'm far more delicate while opening them up next. Inside some, there are dense slabs of black stone, saturated with ether. They give off the aura of being many failed or partial crafts melted down into raw material bases for easy storage. Others, I can feel faint noble vibrations radiating off them, and their shapes look more like their original forms. Swords, daggers, hammers, shields, armor, and many more unrecognizable item shapes pop out at me. Each one is packed with dense divine energy tighter than anything I've ever seen before. The ether content varies, as well as the unique auras they give off. A few of them give off killing intent, while others radiate fear, pride, anger, longing for a wielder, and a whole range of emotions. I can feel that these come from all over the galaxy and many different eras. All of their past wielders are long dead or are within the soul weapons themselves. The stories of these pieces of art are impossible to correctly guess, as some wield pure ether, and others are far more concentrated with mana or even just divine threads. It reminds me of some of the strange originator artifacts I came across on the human world. They all reacted with different energies in their own ways. What I do know for sure is that every single item in this collection is extremely potent and powerful in its own right. Some weapons are fractured, others are broken into pieces, and some are just fragments of an unrecognizable whole. Each box has piles of these weapons, and I can tell each one is worth a fortune in the ether alone. My blade on the other side of the room ripples with red energy, and the entire floor gets a few dozen degrees hotter as it notices too. I grin. You're sure? All for me. Both of the first-class lords have holographic system arrays live, studying the sword with every bit of technology they can while it's still in front of them. Torvak calls out to reply. All yours. Asik nods too. Please, it'd be my honor to watch. To show respect, instead of making the hungry blade float over to me, I bring the massive containment case back over to the middle of the room and grab the red sword with my outstretched hand. In the same moment, I don't bother to keep my concealment up anymore, revealing my ethereal noble human form to them. The pure white jade glow contrasts with the bright crimson sword in my grasp, but it is clear to the watchers that I am holding back. Such a beautiful sight should be giving off a domineering aura like when they watched me kill Andres Vermilion. However, it's as though I'm a ghost. It makes the display of power even more awe-inspiring, like I'm an illusion. Though, the pure ether aura cannot be masked, as my blade glows red and white while I thrust it into the open container and allow it to consume all of the leftover artifacts from millennia of war and trade. My body and sword grow extremely hot in the process, as the blade is bonded with me. When it gets stronger, I do too, and the energy it absorbs cycles through me as well. My whole body shimmers brighter white and gives off an ethereal glow, yet nothing is released. I only take in the energy. I don't know if the results would be different if I wasn't using this suppression technique, but I'm sure my sword successfully digested the weapons as a notification sounds in my inner ear after about half a minute. The Divine Emperor's Soul Sword Evolution attribute has reached LV 3. Instead of the bright white glow dimming after the process is over, my blade and body maintain their luster, making the entire black room stay lit as bright as day. Asik and Torvak watch in awe, as over 100 priceless artifacts were liquefied into pure energy and devoured, along with the containment case they were resting in. I speak up in a calm tone while letting my blade fall back into my storage and putting my concealment disguise as a demon back up. I thank you very much. This will certainly be helpful in the coming days. To pay you back, even though you didn't ask. I put out my hand and create an ether transfer command, but connect my item storage to it and transfer 5.0 medium quality ether to each of them. It materializes in a crystallized form, about the size of a human palm. To me right now, the 50.6205 medium quality ether in my storage feels quite useless, but from the memories I have and the words I hear from snooping around the Citadel, it can be traded in the Fortress and Grand Citadel to demons in exchange for large quantities of mana and low-quality ether. These materials can be transferred down to the lower realm for a price, and in turn can raise the class grading of lower-class worlds over a few decades or centuries depending how much is injected. By the looks on their faces when the white crystals drop into their hands, I'm certain my assumption was correct that this 10.0 medium-quality ether is more valuable to them than it is to me right now. Though, it's hard to fully concentrate because of the ringing in my ears, blurred vision, and extreme heat making my body feel itchy inside and out. In a matter of seconds, Signs of my suppression technique hitting its limits have moved from the feeling I had a quarter way around the citadel during my first stress test to immediately surpassing the halfway mark. Absorbing all of those artifacts has made the suppression process much harder to maintain all of a sudden. So, not wanting to put everyone's life in danger, I float upward and immediately activate an ether command to open the ceiling. Chapter 774. I'll be back in a few days. I must leave now to continue my training. This is all I message through a quick telepathy channel to the 2 first-class lords who have just helped me tremendously. The majority of my mind and body is concentrated on maintaining my noble vibration suppression, while the rest alters the ether commands around me to ensure that, while flying away from the citadel at extremely fast speeds, I remain invisible like a ghost. I take deep breaths while air-stepping over the green clouds, letting Ellipsia disappear behind me, and allowing the pressure, ringing, and heat to build up inside my body. For all the mental reinforcement over the last week in my mind, making me believe that I've become immune to physical pain, this sensation makes me rethink things. It's like my body is being blown up from the inside like a balloon, but the outer edges cannot expand to relieve the pressure. My purple barrier is useless, as it only holds back mana and pure divine energy-based phenomena. My large pool of ether doesn't help much either. While circulating it within my mind keeps the loud ringing and increasing pressure at bay from driving me mad, it doesn't do anything to alleviate the increasing buildup of noble vibrations multiplying inside my being, scratching at the walls of my soul and mind to be released. My vision, and even ether senses, dull more and more the further away from the citadel I travel, but I still have enough mental capacity left to remember the way back. Though over the last 30 minutes or so, as I descend down into the clouds, it is a bit of a blind dive. I can't sense anything, and it feels like my entire body is on fire with liquid flames far hotter than a sun. My fear and danger senses actually go off again, as it feels like I cross a point where I'm about to harm myself if I hold this power back much longer. That is, until I dive deep into the sea of corruption. The moment I feel a lead blanket surround me, it actually makes suppressing my vibrations slightly easier. Still, I wait almost a full minute, pushing myself downward into the thick sludge further before releasing the suppression technique a few hundred kilometers beneath the sea. Seraphel continues to peacefully glide in circles overhead, as he has been doing, staring down at the gray sea that brings back old memories of its fall to the strongest Morvale family general long ago. Back then, there was nothing they could do but watch it fall. Countless soldiers who followed his orders died or became corrupted trying to fight back. Very familiar cold vibrations come off the sea, like an echo of the past. Though a new destructive force erupts from down below as well, making the wyvern feel an intense warmth as a suppression technique is lifted deep beneath the murky liquid. An immense chaotic and violent pressure from within me is released, paired with a satisfying rush knowing that I don't have to hold it back any longer, and the true increase in strength from my sword leveling up finally manifests itself as well. I feel even stronger than I did after releasing my suppression after a lap around the citadel following my first stage of training. My senses finally return to me, and my mind feels clear again. I can see everything in this gray sea as though it is a crystal-clear lake. The massive towers and citadel parts deep under the ocean that I was manipulating before all reconnect to my senses, and I even sense Seraphel flying high above the sea. His suppression technique is activated too. However, the blue wyvern gives off a light aura, not fully holding back all of his vibrations. I'm unsure if this is necessary, to let some out in order to keep the suppression activated for long periods of time, or if my senses have just grown so acute that I'm now noticing an aura that I didn't before. However, even if the first thought is the case, sensing anything this deep beneath the sea is impressive. I let my noble vibrations settle down from their violent and chaotic state by putting them to good use, moving around structures beneath the sea, organizing towers and bringing more upright, as even in the 7 days of training before, I didn't get to every single tower of this immense fallen citadel. Then, once I feel myself settling back to a natural state a few minutes later, I come across a new phenomenon beneath the sea. After moving a large piece of a broken tower from what I thought was a section of the sea floor, a deep crack in the ground becomes visible to me, leading down a deep ravine even further than I can see. The pressure feels far denser, and even looking in its direction makes my poison resistance perk work in overdrive. I feel cold, noble vibrations ripple through me, as I sense this pocket of corruption has been blocked off from the outside sea, plugged up by a pile of decaying towers. Even Seraphel feels the shift in vibrations beneath the surface. I don't investigate for myself. Instead, I swim upward again, reactivating my suppression technique to fly up and out of the sea. The blue wyvern is already swooping down to greet me. I take it you managed to stay suppressed during your entire trip back. His eyes shift down to the sea, then back up to me. Yes, I did. I pull out the blue-tinted containment case from my storage to show proof, and Seraphel immediately replies while using ether to pull the box closer to him. Good. And I think that pocket of far more potent corruption you found will be perfect for your next and final stage of training. I thought we would have to go much deeper into the sea to find leftovers still as dangerous as the day of the war. I raise an eyebrow as Seraphel opens up the containment case and peers inside, the bright blue glow lighting up his face with mana. The presence of water magic and dense ether becomes far more potent to me as he nods and looks back up at me. I'll be joining you down in the sea this time. You've managed to become quite skilled at creating and manipulating structures that you have full control over. Your vibrations have begun to find a path to mature upon, but for this next stage, I have a task for you that is a bit selfish. It consists of training your vibrations to take control of systems and structures that you are not in control of, kind of like a heavily encrypted code that needs new creativity and growing untainted power like yours to crack. My expression doesn't change, as I'm still a bit confused about what he means by this. Though his next comment, while he turns the containment case my way, makes things far more clear. For your last stage of training, I want you to unseal my physique. If you can do this, then maybe I'll finally believe you have a chance at following through with the absurd plan you've laid out to take back the green zone of the upper realm. Meanwhile, in the lower realm, on a moon base orbiting around a demonic world, an emergency inside Maria's cultivation chamber is still ongoing. The restock of divine fragments Alvaron has placed inside are drained in less than 4 hours, and an additional 5 layers of the dense black walls of the base have fractured and begun to leak dense aura outward. The Silver Knight restocks the chambers again, but is forced to deactivate the walls of the center room. The cold, icy soul energy that is being emitted from contact with Maria's skin has rendered this portion of the base completely useless. They're soaked with a royal blue aura and fracture like glass once their connection to the rest of the base is severed. The reload of divine fragments into the room. She really destroyed an inner wall beyond repair. Neither of the other generals managed that, Alvaron says in a fake amused tone. Behind the Silver Knight facade, the yellow slug is analyzing the data over and over again, trying to figure out where exactly this soul energy came from. It's like it's seeping out from her skin at an endless rate, and her perceived energy levels are not changing. Bree looks up from her system at these words. Yes, and it looks like she's spread her aura through half the walls. The craftswoman grins but is partially occupied with the worldwide connectivity system market surge. Nearly 200,000 active mana-based worlds were just added, and the user base of buyers and sellers increased by almost 10 times. While there are no new first- or second-class superpowers to add to the Galactic Trade Committee, Bree sees massive markets to tap into and many third-class worlds with plenty of resources to manipulate and sell to the new fourth- and fifth-class worlds. However, it's less than 2 hours later before the second wall of Maria's cultivation room faces the same fate as the first, becoming completely enveloped in her ambient soul energy just from contact. An hour after that, the third wall faces the same problem. It is completely destroyed beyond what the self-healing system can fix. Her mana control and divine aura surpasses the 31st wall, creating fractures and breaks that are maintained and worsen faster than they can be self-healed, breaking the record for the furthest distance either of the generals surpassed while bonding with their soul weapons. During these 3 hours, Alvaron has to restock the divine fragment stores again. Yet no sign of where they're going is known. In his advanced scanners, the only thing that can be seen is a strange overlap of Maria's divine core and soul energy core. It appears as though they're working together, but Alvaron's mental theory is that Maria's soul energy core is overpowering her divine core. In the tens of thousands of true core compressions this Silver Knight has witnessed in the past, it has never seen one so bizarre. Even with special buffs, artifact crafts, or even the aid of low-quality ether in some strong first-class civilizations, there is never an energy source that overpowers divine threads. In essence, they aren't even a true energy source. Divine threads are more of a medium to channel one's power and exert its true dominance on reality around them. While one that wields different colored divine threads may seem like they use them as a power source, as the pure threads can be wielded alone and bent to the user's commands, it is a far more complicated series of events that are really taking place. Divine energy, from red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, dark blue, all the way to purple, are all the same exact manifestation of a whole. They are just tightly bound to different densities for wielders to use based on their bodies and minds' limits. This is the first time Alvaron is witnessing a true core's compression being eclipsed by another force of nature. The only reason Maria's true core hasn't collapsed and saturated 100 times over is that it's been trapped within a gravity field more powerful than its own. The dark blue soul energy core in the Ice Mage's chest has allowed an unfathomable amount of divine energy to be packed into the yellow divine core, as it is bending reality around it, keeping it from collapsing in a state of suspended animation. The usual stress, forces of gravity, and rules of reality have been protected by a shield of overbearing power. The fourth and fifth inner walls both break at once, shattering into shimmering icy snow while Maria's aura surges outward even more, forcing its way through the 35th outer wall. When Alvaron loads up the fortress with another full replacement of divine fragments, the surge of yellow energy that flows into her core disappears and depletes the base's stores in a matter of minutes. The sixth inner wall is broken, and she opens her eyes while releasing a wave of blue light that cracks and fractures up to the 40th outer wall, leaving only 12 dense black layers of structures between her and the vacuum of space on this moon. A telepathy message is sent through the systems as another load of divine fragments is transferred in. It echoes in the minds of everyone present on all of the moon bases. I'm going to activate my third ranked up buff. If you are listening, please send in all of the divine fragments you have to spare, then evacuate as far away as you can. I'm not sure how destructive the result of my compression will be, and I do not want any reason to hold back. Chapter 775. The instant this message comes through, flashes of white light appear in the teleportation hub on the main moon base. The first to arrive are Raven, Ari, and Abby. All three of them have fully saturated true cores and stare up through the clear dome down at the demonic world below. To their left, 4 large moons can be seen in orbit. 3 of these they have been cultivating on over the past few months, while one, the furthest away, is where Maria sent out a message. All of the moons vary in size by 10 to 30%, and their speeds in orbit around this dark world are not the same. At times during their cultivation, the generals were on opposite sides of the world, at varying distances away in seemingly random orbital patterns. However, right now, all 4 of Kelfer's other moons are within view from the main moon base. Alvaron makes his way to the moon's surface under the dome next and activates some system commands to bring up the surveillance systems from below for the generals to see. The visuals of a bright blue aura cracking through the 41st wall are displayed via a holographic model, highlighting the highest stress fracture points alongside a live surveillance feed of Maria in the center of the base. The knight does as requested, triggering all of the divine fragment restock commands to saturate every single wall in the base with a full new load to its max capacity. However, 6 of the inner walls are broken beyond repair, so only 46 restocks are triggered. The ones closest to Maria immediately begin to swirl around her and disappear into her body, while others remain trapped behind layers of block walls that haven't fully come down. Fisher and Lydia arrive on the surface next, greeting the generals who look upward. After looting the entire world and helping sort the corpses and soul weapons over the last few days, the 2 commanders have been using some of the smaller cultivation rooms on this base to gather more yellow threads. While they are far from compressing their true cores, watching the surveillance footage of the Battle of the Kings with the generals has really put into perspective the possibilities of their potential in the future. Bree arrives behind these 2 commanders shortly after but does not greet anyone present. Her mind is mostly occupied within her system, as it's only been half a day since a massive number of worlds and new system users were added to the worldwide connectivity system. While it's begun to self-regulate, the amount of potential at her fingertips is overflowing again. Everyone knows she will be glued to her system like this for a few days, and for good reason. Lastly, Monk and Luna arrive at the surface dome. Monk has borrowed the item storage skill and opened up a large portal to temporarily hold all of the sorted artifacts taken from the world below. This includes the message on the stone tablet beneath the Wyvern's inheritance skeleton, along with all of the corpses and soul weapons of the demonic beasts. The only things he does not have on him are the corpses of the two kings. As requested, they were handed over to Alvaron in exchange for the generals keeping their relic-class soul weapons to rebond with and make their own. With a distress message that's sudden, directly from Maria herself, Monk doesn't want to lose the chance to continue studying these pieces if they have to evacuate. Luna looks quite frail at first glance, but looking closer, she has a faint light purple aura, made from demonic soul energy absorbed by a first-class beholder down on Kelfer. Ari is the first to turn his head and scan her with his own soul energy, as the frequency she gives off is just like his, that of a demonic beast. He wonders why bonding with this beast took so long and what merging with it did to her ranked-up buff of eyes in the sky. However, there is a more important spectacle playing out in front of them all. Alvaron sends a telepathic message straight to Maria, notifying her that no one is near her moon or on any of the nearby neighboring moons that could be affected if her moon base breaks, releasing her aura on the surroundings. There's no reply back, but the breaking of the 7th, 8th, and 9th inner walls with a pulse of blue light is more than enough of a response. As a result, 3 restocks of divine fragments flood toward her all at once, and this only increases the speed and potency of the output. Cracks spread through even more of the outer walls as the pressure builds, moving out to the 45th outer wall, leaving only 7 between her and the space outside. All of the visuals being sent back to the generals and commanders don't even look real. The further out the walls are from the center, the thicker and more difficult to break they become. While the inner walls that Maria has been shattering are only a few hundred meters thick, with the 9th one she just shattered about 2 kilometers in density, the outer walls she's cracking eclipse this. These moon-based structures were built tens of thousands of years ago and have withstood spars between the strongest first-class lords of many races that lasted years at a time. There have even been competitions for system users to try and break through the walls with all their might, using any soul weapon, buffed artifact, or external force allowed. It is the peak culmination of a first-class lord civilization that ruled over hundreds of worlds and allied with many advanced civilizations in neighboring star sectors. The outer 7 walls remaining are over 100 kilometers thick each, creating a fortress that has never been broken before. However, the pressure of this ice mage's aura cracks through even more, shattering 5 more of the inner walls and breaking through another outer wall, leaving only 6 remaining. That leads another 5 full restocks worth of divine threads to be sucked in toward the ice mage, who sits peacefully in the center of the region-sized cultivation chamber. The shock alone from this rapid increase, just seconds after the last large break, leads to a chain reaction of more walls breaking beyond repair and more long cracks forming in the last line of defense in the outer walls. Subconsciously, Maria has been counting and knows that the base is reaching its critical limit. She has only a matter of seconds left before her aura is released into the vacuum of space outside. So, she activates her 3rd ranked-up buff to finish what she started and compress her true core. With 4% of the stats from 157 trillion links of loyalty fueling her next actions, and enough yellow divine threads to compress and saturate hundreds of true cores already absorbed and tethering to reality to enhance her every move, the reaction to this release of power is instantaneous. The chain reaction that should have taken about 10 seconds is sped up to happen in less than 1/100th of one. It is so fast that only the generals and Alvaron truly see what happens. This is not through any surveillance system either. This is with their naked eyes, staring at the moon far off in space. Maria's entire body pulses royal blue, and her dense aura spreads outward with far too much intensity for the sensors or surveillance systems to grasp before they're destroyed. The center of her aura is dark black, and around its outside, there's a shimmering white glow. It is not that the energy itself is black. It's just that trying to look inside her soul energy core does not compute to a sane mind's senses, and the only way to rationalize what is there is by accepting that there is nothing at all. Every single black slab of advanced technology in this 52-walled structure becomes enveloped in this blue glow instantaneously, and they all shatter like frail glass the instant they're hit. From the main moon base's perspective, a dark blue crater forms on the side of Maria's moon, spreading thousands of kilometers in every direction, sinking deep into its surface, and almost instantly deleting a solid quarter of the moon's mass with it. The shockwave's center reveals a humanoid form stretching its arms outward, with two glowing blue eyes. They look enormous and dangerous, like a god of destruction, yet delicate, like a princess creating art. In the same movement, the entire face of Maria's energy form is revealed, and behind it, spreading from her back, are what look like majestic wings, like an angel. Though the 30-kilometer-tall angelic form does not flap these wings to fly out from the crater in the side of the moon. They fold toward her, like she is hugging herself, and her arms make a similar motion, moving toward her chest where the eerie dark core rests. The angelic wings cover her body and face from view, while her hands reach into her soul energy core to pull out a dense ball of yellow divine threads. It appears to be at least a kilometer wide, with the density all the way through of a normal yellow divine core. The moon shudders, and large frozen region-sized rocks break off, altering its orbit from the last blast. But Maria completely ignores her surroundings. She takes her divine core and compresses it with her energy form's hands, shielding the stray threads that erupt from the violent display with her wings and using the gravity from her black core to pull the threads that escape back into the compressing core to continue the cycle. This all happens so fast, as she has planned out this procedure in her mind many times over the last 3 months, that the core compresses down to less than 500 meters before the shockwave of her activation of the third ranked-up buff even hits the closest moon. Its surface is shaken up, like a massive dust storm has hit it, and some large rock structures and mountain ranges crumble. Large portions of the moon's surface frost over like a snowstorm has hit it, but no massive damage is done like the moon it originated from. Maria compresses her divine core down to 100 meters in diameter by the time the shockwave hits the next moon, and it hardly even shows any structural change. Its surface is coated in frost, like a cold morning dew freezing on the grass. The moon after that is very close by, and it shows similar results, merely kicking up some dust on its surface, but no icy residue is left over. By the time Maria has forcefully crushed her divine core down to less than 20 meters wide, the shock wave of her activation blast reaches the moon base furthest away where all the generals and commanders watch. The pre-built radiation shielding and strong infrastructure from Alvaron is sturdy enough to withstand it. The dome and teleport platform thereon only rattle slightly, but an eerie cold aura washes through everyone that watches in awe. It is impossible for anyone to see what is truly happening, as the dense royal blue angelic wings are protecting the outsiders from witnessing the true process. However, Maria's soul energy and divine cores are overlapping to keep the structural integrity of her divine core intact. As the core is compressed below 10 meters wide, it becomes far denser than a normal fully saturated true core should be. Threads begin to press together so densely that they start to turn green. However, Maria knows that she should not ascend to the next rank before completing her true core progression, as that will greatly limit her potential. So she uses her soul energy core to bend the laws of nature once again. The divine core rests inside her soul energy core, which acts like a supercooled sea to freeze her core in time. Instead of pressing down on her divine core, her hands begin to press in on the outer edges of her soul energy core, compressing its diameter by 10 times over instead. Space inside the dark anomaly that is Maria's soul energy core compresses. Yet its lack of quantifiable density stays constant. This results in the impossible happening. Maria's yellow divine core compresses further than it physically should be able to in the outside environment, making it simultaneously more compact in a smaller area of space, yet maintaining its yellow state in which it entered, creating the exact conditions of triggering a normal true core collapse. The true core falls below a meter wide within Maria's body, yet it is still within her soul energy core. A bright yellow and white light pulses from the darkness, and her true core's ability awakens while her entire energy form becomes mutated by this unique and bizarre true core compression within her soul energy core. As a result, another shockwave comes bursting outward, so powerful that her wings cannot contain it. Just as the commanders and generals on the furthest moon base finish shivering from the first blast, a bright light fills their vision from many moons away. The entire Moon Maria stands on turns to blue ice, fractures, then shatters to unrecognizable dust. The silhouette of a dark blue angel is left behind in the icy dust cloud, but the shockwave that continues to blast outward doesn't slow one bit. The closest moon faces an identical fate, freezing over instantaneously, then disintegrating into sparkling ice the moment the bulk of the blast hits it. Then, the next moon ices over and explodes into dust the same exact way. The closest moon to the main moon base starts to turn a dense shade of blue, and the overwhelming icy cold aura covers all of the commanders' and generals' vision as all 4 moons before them are obliterated, and they watch the wave that hasn't slowed down continue surging their way. Not only does it come forward toward them, but also down toward Kelfur as well. A massive portion of the world below starts to turn to ice, and the overwhelming strength of the shockwave begins to dig an enormous ravine into the world's surface. The only one truly fast enough to comprehend the events playing out before them is Alvaron. The yellow slug's home planet is lighting up with the brightest yellow glow of excitement it has seen in tens of thousands of years. Its first reaction is pure joy and awe as it gets to record so much unique data, but another portion of its mind begins to calculate the best way to get everyone off this moon in time to survive the incoming blast. Chapter 776. A dark blue wave of mana and chi-infused ice magic just obliterated 4 moons, and in less than a tenth of a second, it will collide with the final moon. Abby has grasped her staff, while Raven and Ari begin powering up, reaching into their item storages to pull out teleportation crystals that lead back to the human world. Bree and the commanders have barely conceptualized what is going on. Their reaction times are slightly slower. At this rate, the generals will survive, though Alvaron is the only one with enough mental capacity to correctly assess the energy levels of this blast and watch the reactions of the other humans to properly analyze the probability of everyone's actions. To the yellow slug's surprise, it hears a woman's voice in its ear. "If you're going to teleport them away, leave me here. I want to watch the blast. I can handle it." The activation of Abby's 3rd ranked up buff, in addition to the enhancement attributes of her staff, instantly spreads a warm green aura outward and makes her entire body unsensible to any of the moon base's surveillance or energy level readers. Commands all over the base trigger teleportation arrays, emptying the vaults filled with mana, divine fragments, and valuable data and artifacts collected from this planet in the past. Alvaron calmly replies to Abby, deactivating some of the commands that were already set to trigger. "As you wish." Bursts of white light rise from the ground to trigger pre-built arrays beneath everyone else in the room. If Alvaron had waited even a single hundredth of a second longer, Ari and Raven would have disappeared back to their home world. But they pause their escape plans as messages are sent into their consciousness to wait. Flashes of light bring 7 humans roughly 700 billion kilometers away to the outer edge of this solar system. Rotating around a dense white star, there are multiple planets in this small system. Kelfur is the largest and only planet that has ever shown any signs of life. However, a planet roughly 1/10 the size, and twice the distance from the star at the center of this system, has been built upon by Alvaron as a bounce point to store data in a secure place and house a small teleportation platform linked to the moon base in case a necessary evacuation occurs like this. While Bree, 2 generals, and 4 commanders appear on this base, 2 figures stay behind on the last moon of Kelfur. Abby and the Silver Knight stand side by side and are hit head-on with the blast. A sparkling green and yellow aura covers Abby, making her body semi-translucent. It is the same technique she used to shield the commanders from the aura of the noble wyvern and demon bones on the ancient battlefield around the throne. However, instead of spreading it outward and protecting others, she has it fully concentrated on her body alone. She is also pushing her mind and true core to the limits, already facing fatigue as she creates the most powerful activation of this technique possible before impact. Pays off. As the wall of royal blue light hits the final moon, it turns icy blue all over in less than 1/100th of a second. Then, the impact of the blast causes it to fracture all over, split into large chunks, then shatter into trillions of pieces like glass. The sturdy walls and advanced technology of this moon base look indistinguishable from the solid rock that has been turned to dust in an instant. Even the Silver Knight, who was watching the blast in awe and taking in as much data as it could until the last moments, is completely overwhelmed and destroyed. There is no measurable time difference between when the dome of the base shatters and when the Silver Knight and this entire moon disappear entirely. Abby's senses are overwhelmed. If you encounter this story on Amazon, note that it's taken without permission from the author. Report it. She is not physically struck by the blast, but she can still sense the energy levels around her as her whole reality becomes a raging blue blizzard of aura all around for hundreds of thousands of kilometers in every direction. After a few more hundredths of a second pass, she starts to feel actual cold on her true body at the edges of her energy form, but luckily this is at the peak of the blast. She imagines what it would have felt like to be up close, on the actual moon where she compressed her true core. Though these thoughts are pushed to the back of her mind once her eyes move in a different direction, away from Maria and back toward Kelfur. The monstrous blue wave of energy doesn't stop at the moons. It is currently freezing and breaking through this massive demonic world, like a heavy axe slicing dry, brittle wood. What started as a shockwave that blew away a large portion of demonic clouds and dug into the surface to create a ravine, the depth of one of the moons, continues to grow. The impact of this shockwave doesn't slow down one bit. It looks like a thick line through the center of Kelfur is being deleted, like a massive blue eraser is pressing down and making the mass of this planet disappear before Abby's eyes. She knew Maria's true core compression and the reveal of her third ranked up buff was going to be a spectacle. But the mass destruction before her eyes is absurd. It's over in the blink of an eye. Just as the shockwave destroyed the moon Abby was standing on without slowing down, it bursts all the way through Kelfur just as fast. The enormous ravine being created continues to grow and grow until the entire planet cracks in two. The burst of royal blue light blasts forward as though the massive celestial body wasn't even there, expanding further out into deep space, beyond what Abby can see or sense. The two remaining halves of the enormous world, 7 times larger than the human planet she grew up on, float apart, turning brittle as the soul energy residue from the cut spreads and freezes the entire floating mass. The two parts crack and fracture apart slowly, but their entire mass has stayed in large pieces. Luckily, the entire planet wasn't completely consumed by the blast. However, the planet's former molten core was hit dead on. It was frozen solid on impact and shattered to dust along with a large percentage of the planet's mass. Over 30% is completely gone while the rest is frozen blue. This reveals a secret of Kelfur. One that was quite possibly what the kings were left here to protect so many millennia ago. With the massive explosions, moons and planets being destroyed, and trying to save her own life, Abby momentarily forgot about the cyan eyes that stared down at her over a week ago when she tried to scan the throne on this world. Even during the blast, the planets' and moon's orbital rotations had shifted so much in the last few days that the throne was on the other side of the world during this event. However, now, she can see the other side of this world where the throne should be, yet there is nothing left in its place. Her assumption is that it was blown away into deep space, or maybe covered in a dense layer of ice, and she lost sight of it in the debris. That's because no matter how strong Maria's shockwave was, there's no way it could destroy a structure owned by a being 2 full divine thread realms above her. Though, as a few seconds pass, and the empty silence of space sinks into her mind, watching the 2 halves of Kelfur drift further and further apart, she begins to second-guess this thought. That's because a small, clear, shimmering, and oscillating liquid remains in the center of the planet, where the core of this world was destroyed. Abby stays still, but Maria's angelic blue energy form flies forward through deep space toward it. Moments ago, blocked by the bright radiation of the blast, the only one who could witness the truth was Maria. She could feel every single bit of matter this shockwave touched. Every hot, molten particle of Kelfur's core that solidified still replays in her mind while she flies forward toward what's left of it. The imagery of the world breaking in two, and the feeling that the planet itself was crying in pain yet thanking this mysterious force as it was finally granted relief from the horrific fate it had succumbed to. Dense black roots from the tower on the other side of the world froze solid once the molten core did too. This artifact, planted here to take over this system-linked world, is a technology that comes from the highest zone of the upper realm. While it's used for a simple task, to easily claim worlds for the demons and send their kin through trials, it's far more sinister than that. These artifacts mutate the history and system settings granted to a world when it's connected to the source. Every world where a throne lies is tipping the balance of this mana-based system further in favor of a race that should have never even existed in the first place. The serious implications of what has just happened is unknown to many throughout the galaxy. This is because having the means to destroy an entire world in an instant, especially a world owned by demons, is not common even for the peak of many first-class civilizations. Doing so in such a manner is how a throne can be forcefully deactivated. It is a device that feeds on the very essence the source granted this world with, and when that connection is severed, the artifact-class soul weapon known as the throne has no world left to grant a seat for its ruler and carry out its single purpose. The roots connecting the core of this world to the Black Tower turn gray, then white, then dissolve into nothingness, disguised by the royal blue blast. The enormous black structure, rich with cyan and silver threads, ceases to exist. All of the stored potential inside is returned to its owner through an invisible and unseeable link. If the Rising Emperor were here, this sensation and display of an originator artifact disappearing into dust would feel eerily familiar to when the black trees within Celia's construct were destroyed by the green serpent in the sky, only when the islands they were planted on were destroyed. Despite these many mysteries unraveling in real time, Maria's gaze is set on the shimmering clear liquid that remains unaffected by the blast. It is all that is left from the molten core, as it was at its center, yet even now, it remains in place like it has its own center of gravity unaffected by Maria's shockwave. The two frozen halves of Kelphur still float away from each other and begin to fracture into smaller pieces. Chapter 777. All transmission devices and technology left on the moon bases have been completely destroyed. Alvaron's consciousness is split between thousands of worlds, so when the humans are teleported to a small base on a cold world named Kelphur Solar System Data Backup and bounce point M0917 in its system logs, another identical silver suit of armor boots up to greet them, in a smaller yet nearly identical dome protecting them from the vacuum of space outside. The bright white star at the center of this system looks over twice as far away, and even the gravity on this cold, desolate world is less than the moon they just left. So far away, in fact, that when looking across the solar system, Kelphur still appears to be intact, and they can even see strange copies of themselves, as the light has not yet caught up to the Luminite's aid to create technically faster-than-light travel. However, there is an instant transmission feedback being shared directly from Abby's mind through the passive spectate function. The real-time visual of Kelphur turning blue and splitting apart plays in the back of everyone's mind as they regain their footing on a new base on the far side of the solar system. Maria flies forward through the vacuum of space, drawn toward this clear, oscillating liquid in the core of the planet. It is the only thing that could withstand her aura, and the strange feeling of life emanates from it. She feels the sensation of a baby staring up at her, with its arms outstretched, as if it sees nothing but her angelic form moving toward it. Abby does not feel this sensation, as her senses are not being projected that far. However, her eyes can see this substance, and it gives off a reflective rainbow glow, like shattered crystal reflecting light, but in a liquid form. None of the generals, commanders, or even Bree have any idea what this substance could be. It's unknown if it is native to Kelphur, or a portion of the throne artifact left behind, or a combination of the two. However, Alvaron's voice through the link makes it clear he knows what it could be. Source resin, and from a world of this quality, a former noble-grade world. I've never seen so much, and in such a pure form. Maria cannot hear any of this conversation, and as Bree asks what it could be, Abby stays silent, mesmerized by what is in front of her. A trail of dense royal blue soul energy flows behind Maria, and tendrils of dense yellow light seep out from the depths of her soul energy core to strengthen and tether to her new angelic form. Only the outer edges of her true core are being used to slowly acclimate to movement and the new environment, while its main form is still trapped in a unique superposition, not allowing it to collapse to a green state while simultaneously taking advantage of this state to use far more yellow threads than normally possible. Space bends around her as a yellow-white glow radiates from within her royal blue soul energy form. Her long feathered angel wings flap slowly, and she kicks off empty space, leaving yellow and blue dents on reality to speed up her flight toward the center of Kelfur. Her blue hands reach out toward the translucent rainbow liquid that oscillates and reacts to her aura, as though it is having a conversation with her without any words. The substance has lost all of its memory and all of its purpose. As the two halves of Kelfur float further apart, it can feel that it too will soon disappear into nothingness. Like its body has been destroyed, and its soul is still rigid in place, unable to conceptualize that it has been killed. What could be considered memories to the mortal mind of its conception, when a wave of energy from the source rippled through this planet that was once full of life, is still locked away in its being. Multiple waves of this energy are locked away, meant to be forgotten by every system reset, but still echo in the resin that slowly loses its footing in reality as empty space consumes it. It begins to lose its grasp on what its purpose is, and what a purpose even is in the first place. Yet a powerful energy source moves toward it, keeping it lucid for a few more seconds. With the face and wings of an angel, it recognizes this aura as the force that jolted it back awake moments ago. As this planet was being altered, and its energy siphoned in order to change the rules of the system, however, this blue power that destroyed the world was what stopped it from being consumed and forcefully altered. While this semi-conscious resin does not understand the concept of death, it knows that disappearing would be a far better fate than being altered and used by the dark roots that were attempting to harvest it. This tale has been pilfered from Royal Road. If found on Amazon, kindly file a report. Though it sees an even greater fate, one that would allow it to continue existing. If only it had a vessel to exist within and serve a purpose once again. These abstract feelings are pushed out into the void of space, and the only one to feel or understand them is Maria falling its way. Every moment that passes, the oscillating substance loses its grasp on reality further, threatening to fade away with all of the power and knowledge it has gathered in its billions of years rotating around this star. It gives off a similar existence as Luminite does, once not a part of its whole, fading away from existence. The essence of the universe around it starts to become darker, even though the bright blue and yellow glowing angel moving toward it shines brighter and brighter. Maria looks as though she's going to collide with Kelfur's core. The clear resin is only a few hundred meters wide, though it gives off gravity readings similar to the entire planet. Touching an unstable and unseeable power source like this, on the edge of existence with only one wish to claim a vessel, is an extremely dangerous procedure. Maria isn't going to risk her own life, but she has just recently awakened an absurd amount of power and needs something to release it on. The first thing that comes to mind as a vessel she can control is a blood-bonded weapon that is paired with her, and has a long history fighting by her side, yet is severely underpowered. So, right before her impact with the shimmering and oscillating resin, she pulls out her silver ice sword that she has carried with her throughout most of her journey and plunges it deep into the clear substance. It has grown massively in size due to her angelic form, and pools of soul energy flood out from her core, along with tendrils of divine energy that are continuously pulled from the endless pool of her overcompacted true core. Then, as Abby sees what she's doing, a ping sounds in Maria's ear, pushing her to borrow the divine craftsmanship skill in order to fully comprehend what is happening before her. Upon impact, the clear substance doesn't resist one bit and instantly shifts its form to dive into the blade it has come in contact with. The sword's core parts, made of ice element stones, mana-enforced steel, and large amounts of pure chi, are instantly obliterated. They are such insignificant materials in the presence of this noble-grade ancient substance that they cannot stand to exist in the same form together. However, the essence and shape of the blade holds its form. The blood bond allows this sword to be treated as a vessel, as deeply coated in its craft. It serves Maria and is a blade that destroys all enemies in her way. Instead of flowing right through the sword and attempting to invade the human that wields it, the resin is struck by two emotions. one of compassion as it senses this familiar royal blue soul energy, the one that rescued it from the black roots of change that were trying to alter its being. Then one of fear, as this resin cannot understand why it cannot sense what is beyond the outer edges of Maria's soul energy core. It feels like if it truly tried to enter her body, it would be sucked up within this core and never see reality again. Like it has an endless hunger, yet somehow it's able to push out and produce endless energy as well. A fundamental law of reality is confusing the half-conscious resin, and it can only feel fear from this confusion, as it has never been incapable of understanding something before. In addition to these mental interactions, thousands of divine craftsmanship panels light up in her vision, showing every possible path to take in order to complete this craft. An ocean of soul energy pours out from her core, making the outline of where her sword used to be fill up with cold energy. This royal blue energy and the translucent resin within the blade overlap but don't mix. It's as if they are both existing in the same space, spreading out to fill the mold of her long sword. Next, tendrils of dense yellow divine energy. So silky smooth and compact they shine as bright as the star at this solar system's center, sink into the blue and translucent rainbow refracting substance, making the sword appear to be made completely of divine threads. With the gravitational pull of Kelphur itself, the icy blue soul energy strong enough to crack this planet in 210 more times, and enough divine threads to compact 100 first-class beings' true cores, an extremely complex and dangerous craft is initiated. Abby does not even want to risk staying to watch the result. After sending Maria a tip to use her craftsmanship skill, she opens up as many emergency trading windows within the worldwide connectivity system as she can with Alvaron to request a teleport crystal to their base. She crushes the white gem in her hand the moment a trade is triggered in her mind to leave. So, right as a new weapon is crafted before her eyes, she's teleported away, finding herself standing behind the 7 humans and a silver knight. The green-eyed healer's heart is racing from the glimpse of energy readings she felt, and everyone turns around with a questioning gaze. Bree, with the current slowest reaction time of everyone here, comments out loud. "Why did you leave? It was just getting good, wasn't it?" She gulps and waits a few seconds to answer. "I was not as confident that I could withstand the blast without getting hurt." Her eyebrows raise, and Alvaron starts to replay the last microseconds of footage Abby's spectate skill shared. The knight speaks up. "I believe your choice was wise. There is no true data on what would result from a craft like that. The visuals you've granted me are far more valuable than any information I've come across in my entire life. It is not just a myth or mere theory anymore. We're about to witness the birth of a real destroyer-class soul weapon." Large energy graphs and holographic visuals of the angelic figure falling toward Kelphur's core show up all over the inside of the dome of this base. It is cross-referenced with the data Bree shared earlier, showing the similarities of all the soul weapon classes and all of ASIC and Torvak's theories on how to harness the soul of a planet or a star. Minutes pass while Bree and Alvaron discuss the possibilities and compare these notes to energy readings and footage. Then, the speed of light finally catches up to Abby's teleportation through space, and everyone's eyes widen at the size of the bright burst of yellow, white, and blue light forming on the other side of the solar system. For a moment, it looks like they're rotating around a second star. Meanwhile, Maria grasps the newly crafted soul sword with both hands, holding it high above her head as the shockwave of its birth erupts outward. Both halves of Kelphur that were slowly floating away are instantly obliterated into blue dust, just like its 5 moons. Her entire energy form glows extremely bright, with a shimmering white icy light surrounding her like a second aura. The long sword in her grasp is almost as hard to look at as her soul energy core. At first glance, it is dark royal blue, but the longer one looks, the brighter and stranger it becomes. There is a glossy, translucent, rainbow-reflective glow that holds the blade together, as the substance that made up the core of Kelphur and housed this planet's soul has found a new vessel. It is able to stay present in reality now that it has a new purpose to live on, connected to the system through its wielder. Chapter 778. While the first known noble-grade destroyer-class soul weapon of this era is being born, the upper realm remains calm and still. The lower-class lords in the Ellipsia Citadel are living better lives than they have ever known before. Under the rule of this new Draco Vermilion Demon Lord, the servants who would normally strip them of every ether they could in taxes and fees are now shoveling millions of ether into their economy in exchange for trash worlds. 1 million ether was given out in the first week, and now the servants are back for more with another million ether, scouring the lower-class markets for even more worlds. Word has spread fast. They even approach the black and gray markets, which would usually be shut down and charged fines for existing, but now they look the other way as long as they can get a good deal for these trash worlds. Overpopulated, with little to no resources left. Usually, this means the dungeon divers on these worlds are over-leveled, and their societies have many precautions and regulations for farming the remaining dungeons. Often, trying to create new contracts on these worlds is a negative investment almost 100% of the time. Tens of thousands of 5th, 4th, and 3rd-class lords are now able to live better lives and enrich their home worlds even further. At the same time, inside the top floor of the High Orc Tower, ASIC is finishing up assimilating with the Avatar upgrade and new soul weapon pairing. A pile of shattered divine energy-imbued mana and ether rests on the floor in a circle surrounding a massive, glowing High Orc statue holding a sharp, radiant battle axe. It has been erupting with ether and divine threads for hours now, rejecting all portions of the old Avatar and the impurities that have built up in ASIC's body over the last many tens of thousands of years since he transferred his consciousness and cores into a new sleeve. Torvak watches intently from the other side of the room, standing next to the other 3 shells of black avatars and their soul weapons. For the first few hours of this assimilation, he helped stabilize ASIC's bond with a large amount of his power, but after the initial link, it has been all up to the High Orc to finish the process. The majority of the mana and ether necessary to complete the bond were already exerted during the crafting process. So, while it appears that the silhouette of the ancient first-class warlord is exerting himself to the limit, inside his mind, this High Orc is actually having quite the pleasurable experience. After a long week of crafting, he finally gets to bask in the glory of his creation. At last, the immense white glow and pressure in the room fade, allowing Torvak to see the completed bond on the other side. ASIC swings his glowing dual-sided axe in front of his body a few times, leaving streaks of white ether behind it, then runs forward, zipping side to side in the room. For a moment, he's moving almost too fast for Torvak to see, which is surprising, given that the old High Orc isn't even using any buffs or skills. With Torvak's lightning attribute, his reflexes and perception are usually far better than his crafting partners. He smiles and speaks up while struggling to track the High Orc with his shifting gaze. I take it the bond was a success. ASIC appears right in front of the blue ogre and lets out a laugh. Oh, it's a success, all right. I feel better than I have in 40,000 years. The command restrictions are all lifted too. It really worked. Torvak grins and sends out a few messages through his system telepathy links, notifying the others of the success and that their avatars and new soul weapons are ready when they are to bond with them. Ava is the first to receive this message. She has been working with a few of the demonic servants to reintroduce many slave workers back into the Society of Ellipsia these past weeks, but has managed to move every single one. Now, she is all alone below the Citadel, farming as much additional ether as she can while using her new senses. However, she has reached a bottleneck, as there is not much more ether to be found down here other than stones buried extremely deep below the surface and worthless 5th-class stones. With all of the lower-class worlds being bought up by the demons, worlds that would usually be compacted into the power plant, no fresh stones are being dropped down here either. The cracks in her avatar have stopped growing. It feels like she is seeing light peek out from behind a closed door and has adapted to this small amount of information, pairing it with her instinct ability to create a rudimentary ether sense. However, it's clear that something is not right. The limiters on this basic-grade avatar, provided to her by the Ellipsia Citadel upon entry, are suffocating her potential. Even the hammer she uses is extremely lacking. It was the only one available to pair with the avatar, the lowest grade of a basic class soul weapon. It was not even specially crafted. The default shell was preloaded the moment she purchased it in the Ether Command Shop. While it has its perks, far better than anything a 4th or 5th class lord could purchase with their basic grade avatars, this is far from what a general of the Rising Emperor should have equipped in preparation for a zone takeover. The Goblin Queen flies back toward the central peak the moment she gets word that her new avatar and soul weapon are ready to pair. At the same time, a message sounds in Ember's inner ear, telling him the same thing about his training partner's new avatar and soul weapon set. Torvak knows what Ember is attempting to do, so he does not send a message to Zacian directly. This is a wise move, as the Berserker Giant is in the final stages of awakening a crimson aura similar to the one Raven had to face back on Kelfur against one of its kings. After relentless attacks on this warlord's psyche, each increasing in pressure and strength, as his ether defenses adapt to the last, Zacian is being pushed to a limit he never knew was possible. The number of times he has come within milliseconds of death is in the tens of thousands so far. Ember's reaction time and precision with refined ether is far greater, so his ability to stop his attacks right before killing Zacian is unnoticeable. To the Berserker, it feels like he's had to push his body and mind to the limits every time, skirting away from certain death over and over. With no end in sight and no set time limit for their training to end, this first-class monster, who has been the strongest Berserker in the green zone of the upper realm for its entire life, must evolve to push itself past its limits. Ember's words, telling him that if he wants to fight a real noble without any help, he'll have to survive this training first, echo in his psyche, and the fact that he actually wasn't able to truly go toe-to-toe with Andras Vermilion eats away at him too. At first, he believed it was the rush of his life, to actually injure a noble demon and exchange blows in the same room. However, after every new mental attack Ember throws down at him, his stress levels and instinctual rage to get stronger and survive grow. The fact that he wasn't able to push himself to such a limit during that fight proves he's gone soft, living in luxury in Ellipsia, allowing others to win his fights for him. This rage starts as a slow simmer, a light red aura in the depths of the Berserker's eyes, like a seed sprouting in his mind to aid his defense against these incoming attacks. However, when Ember activates his full dragon form less than a second after this seed sprouts in order to keep the intensity at a maximum, this rage only grows more. Instinctively, the Berserker knows he has broken through to a new limit, yet it feels the same. It reinforces the fact that it is not strong enough. The crimson aura within the Berserker's mind grows. This seed of potential is forced to sprout into a sapling, growing into a tree yearning for sunlight but constantly limited by a growing aura of suppression from the dragon. Ember matches its growth with an equal mental attack, taking advantage of the rare state that only a single-digit number of Berserker Giants have ever achieved. Ember grins when he receives the message that Zacian's new gear is ready, but staring down at the massive, red-glowing giant, he sends another attack his way to continue completing this inner transformation before breaking the good news to him. All seems to be moving along just as planned in the upper realm. 10 million kilometers away, even the Wyvern's fallen citadel is being put to good use. The sea of corruption may be calm and unmoving, but deep within a ravine that hasn't felt the divine threads of the green zone in over 200,000 years, something is finally being set into motion. A noble human and a noble wyvern are deep below its surface, submerged in the dark black liquid within the deep crack below the sea, working on a single task, to undo a seal that tainted Seraphel's fate. However, in a zone even higher than the green, a certain Cyancore demon is struck with a surprising bit of news. After being hit with a very long realm wave, lasting 3.5 years, the Morvale family head isn't expecting many updates from the green zone or the lower realm. This is because he has already been given reports that their realm waves only lasted 16 minutes and roughly 79 days, respectively. Not much of anything interesting could have happened in that time, as this wave was quite mild compared to some in the past. No reports from any of the higher zones have come back yet, though it's unclear if they are recovering after a longer-than-average wave, or simply do not care to interact with the lower zones. Whatever the case may be, it doesn't matter. The Morvale family head is usually only occupied with matters within the Cyan zone. However, one of his projects from a few 100,000 years ago has just come to an abrupt end. Just a week ago, he felt a strange disturbance on Kelfur, as if someone or something was trying to look at him through the throne. However, before he could react, the gaze of whatever it was disappeared. His initial thought was that a stray third-class or weaker beast with some kind of stealth attribute must have made it past the kings, as they did not see it as a threat. There are strange disturbances like this happening all the time, hundreds of them per second actually, given the number of worlds this demon controls. So, given that there was no attempt to damage the throne, he pushed it to the back of his mind and carried on with the important tasks within his zone. However, now over a week later, a surge of cyan threads is returned to his body, and the world token on his palm ticks down by one. The family head checks his consciousness to scan the world where these threads came from, but to his surprise, it is completely gone. A tinge of panic runs through him as he sifts through his memories over the last week, pinpointing the one that has to do with that world, then replays it at the forefront of his mind. Green eyes of a human are all he sees for a fraction of a second, but nothing more. Other than this, the throne was completely dormant. The last time this particular throne was stimulated was 30,000 years ago, when one of its lingering yellow cord armies was tactically overthrown by a very old mind flayer. Though, considering there were no more attacks on the throne itself since then, and no additional support was requested from the branch in the lower realm, this demon assumed the matter was taken care of. The security system of noble blood-infused demonic beasts is more than enough to keep even the peak first-class civilizations away from special worlds like this one. However, the world is gone. The realm wave has made things a little fuzzy as over 3.5 years have passed, but this demon remembers speaking with Muriel Vermilion about a new noble demon that had recently ascended from a similar sector of space in the lower realm. He sifts back through his memories and relives the conversation between them. Then is struck with a very odd message that he found amusing at first when it came from the dark blue zone about this new lord named Draco. The Vanguard family does not approve. Eliminate the threat. This is what he heard from the Vanguards, and he brushed it off as them being overly cautious as usual. However, after spending hundreds of thousands of years waiting and making careful moves to build his empire in the upper realm, having so many oddities pop up within such a short time frame is not what he likes to see. Maybe the Vanguards were right. He whispers to himself while sinking his mind into the dark chamber communication technique used for family heads. A message is sent down to the green zone, requesting more information on this new noble lord. Then, through a slower and more formal channel, another request is sent out for a force from the Morvale lower realm branch to investigate what happened to Kelfer. Chapter 779. Lucian Morvale, a meticulous family head in the cyan zone of the upper realm, sends a simple remark down to the green zone. It is truly meant as a technical precaution with no ulterior motives. The Morvale family head has been wondering about this new arrival to the path of nobility in the upper realm for over 3.5 years now. It's not often a new candidate for a new family head comes along, less than one every 10,000 years on average, and, of course, the chances of them actually claiming this role in less than 100,000 years in the upper realm is very low. So, there are many rigorous tests and training one must undergo to become strong enough and prove their loyalty to the demons before this is a true consideration. However, the third, second, and first-class demons that make it up to the upper realm are guaranteed life as loyal servants, while nobles always have a chance of climbing the ranks. This being said, the arrival of a new noble always raises some eyebrows. It is even more interesting that the arrival of this noble stopped the uprising of the Green Zone's old forces that were suppressed in the last war, and that in doing so, another noble demon was killed. The fact that this coincided with the destruction of a noble-grade world within the same few months in the lower realm's timeline makes things even stranger. The Morvale family head scanned through the data from the monthly Citadel reports as well and found another odd inconsistency. He found the ether command records of this new noble demon being ejected from the transport function to the Citadel, forcing him to fall down into the exile zones upon his arrival. This Draco Vermilion killed the noble blood-infused Cyclops beneath the Citadel in order to escape the exile zones and make it to the dueling room in time to cause such an event to take place. In doing so, this family head knows what killing an exile guardian achieves. It releases the barrier commands on all of the avatars within the zone, and a certain prisoner was beneath Ellipsia that has connections to the world he lost contact with. While one of these actions alone would not be too out of the ordinary, having them all happen together makes the Psi and Cord demon that has lived in the upper realm for hundreds of thousands of years quite suspicious. So, he sends this simple message to Muriel. I've received new information after the realm wave that gives me reason to believe a disturbance in the lower realm is disrupting the natural order of my family's plans here in the Cyan Zone, I'll be dealing with it accordingly with my lower realm branch. However, I am looking to gather more data. Please do keep a close eye on that new noble in Ellipsia. A copy of your assimilation plan would be appreciated. And of course, a confirmation once it is complete. He knows the Green Cord Royal Lord has quite the temper, so a subtle nudge like this should be more than enough. Though years have not passed in the Green Zone since they last spoke. Instead, it has been less than 2 weeks. The conversation between the two family heads and the ominous order from the vanguards is still fresh in Muriel's mind. He remembers just 18,000 years ago, the vanguards voted against his promotion to family head, and only truly accepted him 6,000 years later once he reclaimed every citadel in the Green Zone. However, he feels every interaction with them has a tinge of disrespect within it, making Muriel feel as though they don't fully believe in his capabilities. The Vermilion family head has quite the opposite perception of himself, believing that none of the higher zones understand his true potential. This, paired with the blatant disrespect of Draco Vermilion, the new arrogant young lord, who is less than 500 years old, believing he can talk back to a true royal like him over a video call between citadels without consequences is infuriating. Muriel is pushed over the edge when he gets a message from his former family head when he was just a general in the Morvale army. It sounds to him as though the vanguards have planted a seed in Lucian Morvale's mind, turning him against him too. Muriel sits in the center of the Grand Citadel, his mind deep in the depths of the communication chamber for what feels like hours, digesting this message. But in the end, he decides not to send a response back. He grits his teeth as dark tendrils of corruption flood out from his body, covering the massive room he stands alone in with corrosive energy that forcefully erodes dense divine energy structures and thick ether shielding. Muriel takes a deep breath, blinking slowly once, and pulls his aura back before he breaks the ancient tower he stands in. Then, he sends a telepathic message to a few servants in the Grand Citadel to slightly alter the plans for the event he had planned to welcome Draco in 11 days. In addition to this, he sends a message to the only other noble demon in the Green Zone of the Upper Realm, far off on the Mensa Citadel. Meanwhile, a far more formal request to check on a certain sector of space is sent down to the lower realm by Lucian Morvale through a black tower on a massive demon-infested planet. It is even larger than Kelfer and houses far more living beings than that violent noble-grade demonic world. However, this world is not exactly accessible by normal means. There is a good reason it is referred to as the demonic realm. That is because, in this sector of space in the lower realm, the density of pure demonic energy far surpasses any other sources of power. It has properties similar to its own foreign realm. Mana cannot make it through the thick clouds of black fog that cover enormous amounts of space. These clouds are so massive, entire solar systems are trapped within. Divine threads manage to make their way through, but no mana-based life can make its way through these clouds. Even demons without a direct rift key to this world cannot travel in without getting lost. Some demons even theorize that the cloud of energy is just a smokescreen to hide the base's true location. Could be somewhere else entirely. This is because no one has ever successfully found it by venturing in from the outside, though no one has found any other probable locations either. Within this massive cloud of demonic energy, there are massive pockets of strange white energy with similar properties to refined chi. Though, the densities are far higher than even medium-quality ether, so no one has ever been able to properly collect it. Many beings have been trying to comprehend this their entire lives, as some have very odd space and time warping properties. These aid the theories that the home world is somewhere within this dense cloud of energies, just impossible to get to by normal means on purpose. Somewhere within this massive cloud of demonic energy is the demonic realm's home base, where 5 massive armies of red, orange, and yellow cord demons are trained to carry out ancient duties and traditions passed down from them for millions of years, dedicated to them by demon lords, praised as gods from the upper realm. It is not often that a message comes in from the Morvale's tower, but a fully saturated true cord demon listens in on the one-way message from their lord and begins giving out orders to send a search party into this sector of space. A secondary party is sent out soon after to initiate contact with Alvaron's empire, a first-class mind flayer with a large army that a past generation of demons lost many worlds to in a war over resources about 30,000 years ago. After these messages are sent, A full day passes. Torvak bonds with his new avatar just the same as ASIC did. The two brand these 4 new creations as their premium freedom models. This is because they feel as light as a feather and allow them to move as though they are in true bodies. There are no longer roadblocks limiting them to only use specified ether commands, nor do they forbid using certain techniques. The only downside is that they do not come pre-programmed with connections to the fast travel ether circuits, and many Citadel commands have to be triggered manually. However, many blocking techniques, mental defenses, and imbuement commands are kept in the subconscious of these avatars just in case they want to be triggered for easy access. Many additional commands, like the full guard avatar techniques and other premium features, are added as well. The Blue Ogre is expecting this upgrade. However, he is most excited to equip his new and improved Lightning Club, a relic-class soul weapon. The essence of an ancient Hydra clan that used lightning affinity-based attacks is trapped within this new spiked club. While only a palm-sized fraction of this old relic soul was imbued into the 10-meter-long soul weapon, it is potent enough to make the entire top floor of the High Orcs Tower full of static-charged ether, even when it isn't activated yet. This small fragment of an ancient soul is an old gift from Ember on one of his past visits. But there has never been an occasion important enough to risk this craft. It took tens of thousands of years' worth of Ogre conglomeration ether profits to fuel this procedure. Both Ava and Zacian arrive to receive their new avatars as well, and are taken to separate floors of the Black Tower in order to begin the process. Ava has never been through such an extensive procedure and has ASIC personally guide her through it. He believes it will take a few days to properly bond when making an upgrade from a basic-grade avatar to such a high-quality shell. When Zacian arrives later in the day, he seems to be in a very calm state. He isn't very talkative or energetic, which isn't like him. However, Ember and Torvak assist him with his assimilation process on a separate floor of the tower. The final words that are heard before they're cut off in isolation come from the red-haired dragon in his human form through a grin pointed at Torvak. Indeed, he broke through. I can count on one hand the number of berserkers who actually managed a feat like this. His soul is certainly ready for an avatar upgrade. Now it's just up to Jay and Seraphel. Maybe I'll actually make it past the green zone this time around. It's been far too long. The first day beneath the Sea of Corruption doesn't appear to be any different than the last stage of training. A smooth surface on the gray sludge makes it seem as though it is still in the calm state it's been in for millennia. However, deep below the sea in the darkest depths of corruption, where the potency of this liquid is so strong, I feel as though I'm back at square one of training once again. My body has to adapt and relearn the essence of noble vibrations from scratch a third time. It feels just like the first hour within the High Orcs Tower. All of my senses deep below this polluted sea of corruption are masked again. I can't even feel further than a few meters around me on every side of my massive noble form. The pressure and weight of this sludge down this deep are quite noticeable as well. I have to mutate my body once again. Though, after learning how to understand and master my noble vibrations twice before, the method of doing so is a bit easier this time around using my intuition. Mentally and strategically, at least. The physical battle is far worse this time, and I can feel my poison resistance being pushed to limits it never has before, mutating and merging with my natural ether refinement process. This is because, at these depths, the sludge moves through my skin like divine energy does in the atmosphere above. I must learn to breathe in and out with this black goo entering my lungs, and filter it out like I would normal air. It is the most deadly poison I've ever come across, tens of times worse than the sea above. While it certainly would kill a human from the toxins alone, it has properties that attack the system itself within it too. I have to use my noble vibrations and all of my willpower to not let this corruption completely take over. I can tell if I don't actively resist it, I'd be consumed, and my access to the system would be forcefully taken and altered. It's hard to fully comprehend what it would be altered to after being consumed, but I do know that it is a sinister and relentless attack. While no actual consciousness is fueling this corruption's actions, the thought of a being controlling something like this is horrifying. It almost takes a full day before I get used to my environment, and my grasp on my noble vibrations and ether absorption becomes consistent. In these 24 hours, I've taken in another full 30 million low-quality ether, similar to the full time spent in my last stage of training. However, this is not the pinnacle of my day down in this dark abyss of liquid corruption. The final stage of training here isn't just to adapt to this new dangerous environment. It is to open my mind to even greater possibilities so I can become a high noble. I've been extremely productive, and quite simply put, obsessed with creating and manipulating large-scale ether structures and machines using my new vision and dominance over my surroundings. However, when Seraphel activates his greater form, it gives off energy readings like nothing I've ever witnessed before. For starters, he grows almost 100 times in size, spreading his long blue wings over 200 kilometers in wingspan deep within this dark black ravine. At first, I cannot fully grasp the size of his form, so I even activate my astral form beneath the ocean to try and spread my perception further and truly take in the sight. The massive blue water artifact inside the containment case I brought over from Ellipsia for him to use gives off the same strange aura as his greater form. I can't quite understand what is so special or unique about it, though, once my senses begin to adapt to the sea's environment more. I see the massive blue shard of crystal that is imbued with water magic and unbelievable amounts of ether floating in front of Seraphel's matching blue eyes. The intricacies of the problem all over his body that I couldn't see before start to become more clear. They look like dense tendrils of ether, like the hot white energy is being confined to thread-like patterns similar to divine energy. However, they're covered in a substance I cannot see through, with a far denser material that feels like it's suppressing or sealing what's within. They're like tightly bound steel bridge cables with infinite layers reinforcing them. The moment I notice the first thread's intricacies, more show up in my vision by the hundreds, then more and more revealing thousands and then millions. It looks like Seraphel's entire body is tethered with these foreign ether threads, keeping him constrained, while simultaneously looking like they make up his entire being. It is such a strange sight to see. Each one is imbued with countless commands, far more complex than anything I've seen on the Citadel or within any of the older Black Towers. The deeper I look into each thread, it appears as though more and more commands and complex locks and encryptions mask what they're really doing. I hyperfixate on small portions, and the deeper I look, the more I find. Yet, the less I understand. It's like they're never ending. A fractal that continuously forces my perception to dig deeper. And the massive blue wyvern's entire being is being locked from exerting its true will on reality. After staring at the state of the teacher that has been guiding me through this training the last few weeks, I feel as though the sea I'm sitting in now is nowhere close to the suppression and endless pain this wyvern must be going through every second of every day. The jaded, lifeless gaze that stares down at me makes far more sense now. This very gaze shifts to the shard of blue crystal. Then he consumes it without hesitating at all. I watch his entire massive physique ripple with the dense ether and this unique aura of water magic. Feels like mana or soul energy, but there is something more to it. The wave of energy stimulates the millions of seals that are tightly squeezing every particle that makes up his physique. His voice then echoes into my mind as I watch the blue wyvern's eyes close. A light grin flicker on his face, and the threads start to loosen. The seal will become semi-malleable, but not for long. You have one attempt to crack it, as there are no more celestial-grade waterstones left in this zone of the upper realm. My life is in your hands, and I trust you will find a way to do the impossible. That is because if you fail and allow my seal to solidify, your odds of becoming a high noble will dwindle as well. Chapter 780. The bright flash of light fades on the other side of the solar system where Kelphar once was. Maria's enormous angelic form cycles soul energy and true core threads through the destroyer-class soul weapon that houses the childlike soul of a planet. At the peak of the blast, when both halves of Kelphar were obliterated in a shockwave, a connection was formed between Maria and the blade. She accepted it and fueled this lost energy with enough pure power, giving it a vessel in her sword to call home, and a new center of gravity to latch onto, enabling it to stay rooted in reality. Unknown to her, this is a similar amount of energy released in the activation of a world connecting to the system in the first place. Doing so is an extremely cathartic, awe-inspiring, and satisfyingly blissful experience for both parties involved. However, It is also very stressful and energy extensive. The bright flare that appears as a second sun on the other side of the solar system flickers out just as fast as it went ablaze. While Maria's soul energy core does not stop fueling the oscillating rainbow blade with more ice-imbued soul energy to complete the bond, her body and mind still have physical limitations. She is struck with a fatigue so sharp and out of nowhere that, for a moment, Maria considers the possibility of if this is what death feels like. However, even at the peak of the blast, her grip on the sword only tightens and more soul energy floods out to maintain control. The pain and aches that vibrate through every cell of her being pulse in succession with her heartbeat. And for a moment, once the flash stops, she's able to look at herself from above her body for a frame captured outside of time. Her gaze is mixed with a crystallized structure, as not only is her soul energy being pushed into the sword in her grasp, but its energy is flowing back into her and being filtered to fully complete the bond. In order to pair with her soul energy and divine core, portions of this pure source resin begin to flow through her as well. None stay within her body, but as they flow through her, understandings and depths of strange knowledge tickle the back of her mind. Every time they do, she gains a far greater control over the blade she's making her own. It isn't clear that this is happening until the bond is complete, and her vision returns back to her after having an out-of-body experience with far more senses than she usually does. Her greater forms instantly deactivate, and her body and mind are so filled with fatigue that she cannot move, and her vision is a blur. The sword in her grasp shrinks from the 20 kilometers in height it was just moments ago, glowing bright blue and reflecting rainbow crystallized designs, back down to just about 1.5 meters from handle to its sharpest tip. The flow of soul energy falls back into her body and core as well, and the blade in her grasp becomes crystal clear, though it does reflect light from the star that still shines from the center of this system. It reflects in beautiful patterns, like the blade is made out of a unique, flawless diamond. It gives off the dense feeling of having its own gravity field, similar to the entire mass of Kelfar. Though, to any person looking in, it gives off no sensible energy waves. She floats in the vast, empty, cold silence of space as energy from the blast travels through the solar system, and the other generals and commanders finally see it. In this time, her natural healing properties and passive use of self-regeneration as a borrowed skill have begun to neutralize her fatigue and horrific pain all over. However, the worst of it is gone. Right now, she smiles and is happy with her results, as she's completed her true core compression and full saturation over 2 days early, and with that, she has even gained a new weapon that can stand up to her power. On instinct, to allow all of her muscles to rest, especially those in her fingers and forearms, she releases the grip on the clear crystalline sword. Instead of floating right next to her in zero-gravity space or floating away from the inertia of her release, the sword instead begins orbiting around Maria in a slow and beautifully perfect circle. The Ice Mage grins and closes her eyes. Though, not too long after, she's woken up from her peaceful meditative state with pings in her system from Abby, sending over a trade offer for a teleport crystal to where they are. She accepts, using a borrowed item storage to let her soul weapon fall into it, then crushes the white gem. When she opens her eyes again and real gravity returns to her environment, Maria slowly stands to her feet yet is still completely riddled with fatigue and sharp pain all over. While one would assume she's been brought to the other side of the solar system to the small desolate base Alvaron arranged for them, this is not the case. When Maria looks around, she finds herself in what looks like a personalized hotel suite, specially made for true cores. It has labeled rooms and sections for standard flesh rejuvenation, mana infusions, divine energy restocks, a bed, and even all kinds of labeled food for varying races. There is an enormous bed, large enough for being 20 times her size, and the walls and floor are made of extremely strong material that feels very similar to the outer walls of the moon base she recently destroyed. It would not take much to destroy this base too, but Maria has kept her power suppressed in case she was teleported close to the commanders or even the generals who may not be able to handle it. However, there is no one else here with her right now. She would normally feel quite confined from being sent into a closed space out of nowhere, but there is a transparent ceiling in this base, and she can see outside into deep space where she really is. A dull red star is visible in front of her, and over 40 planets all orbit around it on the same exact path, creating what looks like a solid ring. In between the planets, massive rock fragments and asteroids connect all of the worlds. Each one of these planets is heavily populated, and light streaks of white and yellow blip all over this strange system, showing teleport crystals activating as well as spacecraft transporting beings and goods between worlds. All of the asteroids, hundreds of thousands of them, appear to have infrastructure built on them as well. A group spectate call is connected between everyone that left Kelphur, and even the Silver Knight's persona attends. Maria's eyes widen as she looks at her surroundings more and compares her general vicinity and star patterns to the views of everyone else in the call. She realizes she's standing on one of these asteroids right now, and so is everyone else in their own private bases nearby. Alvaron's voice echoes through their minds. Unfortunately, considering the fact that the planet no longer exists, our stay on Kelphur has been cut short. Please do not think you owe me anything. The information I managed to gather during your breakthroughs, soul bonds, and the corpses of the kings are far more than enough to satisfy my greed. I know you all have an important ascension to prepare for in less than 3 days, so make yourselves at home here. Not only is Maria surprised, but the commanders and generals are still in quite the shock too. It's been less than half an hour since they all arrived here, and they are still trying to wrap their brains around the massive infrastructure and interactions of so many races and neighboring star systems. It's a mini and far slower, less technologically advanced version of the worldwide connectivity system playing out in front of their eyes in real time. This is one of the reasons Alvaron was so quick to network and scour the forums when it first gained access, as this ancient creature knows the unlimited possibilities of such a system already. It spent its entire life gathering data and connecting just a fraction of the life forms as the Rising Emperor has in a matter of months. I own every planet and asteroid in this system. While it is most often used for trading and information gathering within the worlds in the nearby systems that I own, many allied forces and connections I've made in my lifetime come by as well. Believe it or not, demons come through here occasionally too. Any race's wealth is all the same to me. This is neutral ground. There is absolutely no fighting or killing allowed. Think of it as what you humans call a rest stop. Many come here to relax for a while before they continue their journeys through the stars. The Silver Knight takes an overly dramatic pause, pointing with both hands up into its dome to show off the entire structure in all its glory, placing the red sun in this system in the center of its view, and all of the populated satellites in a perfect ring on the outer edges of its vision. Welcome to the Great Belt of Brimia. I hope you can all rest and recover in time. Please take advantage of all my facilities and enjoy your stay.